No, I would never do a family surgery like that.
Have they asked you to? Have they been like, oh, you can do this?
No, nobody says nothing to you. I'm just saying that I don't want to do plastic surgery or nothing like that. That's not my world. Nothing, knock on wood.
Subjects or friends and family and colleagues, and as you say, George, should you need it with your doctor or therapist.
You are medically led. You have a medical advisory board, doctors and psychologists who ensure that you're on the right track. But you are not handing out any medical advice. You want to make that clear right off the top, correct?
Well, that's right. So personally, I'm not a doctor. As you say, I'm a physicist. So a physicist, not a physician. But when you come to set up an organisation with the seriousness of something looking after people's mental health, this isn't an amateur thing to do. You can't say, hey, I fancy having a go at this. So from the beginning, we set on dinner with the best medical people involved we can find. We have some very eminent, and I have to say quite brave doctors who will let anyone compare it. We have a fellow of the Royal College of Physicians and a fellow of the Royal College of Psychiatrists. These are the top statuses for the professional bodies in the UK. Two general practitioners. They are the first core people seeking health advice in the UK. We have a professor of medical molecular biology, a pathologist, two clinical psychologists, including one who's head of the psychology department at a major European university. But you're right too, George, in that as an advocacy group, we're urging and promoting mental care and support for people affected by exceptional experiences. We're not able to consult or refer ourselves. And so if your listeners are thinking they finally found someone to go and talk to about that mental issue that they've got that they think might be connected with the UFP encounter, I'm sorry we won't be able to help you direct, but we will be very sympathetic because that's what we think should happen. People should find it easier to get help and support that will need to be from your own doctor or your own therapist, not via a dinner.
I can imagine how difficult it was to recruit medical professionals, especially esteemed people like you're describing, to get involved in this effort. That could have been done their own board.
I think it's interesting how many professional people are interested, very knowledgeable about UAPs, but they're not. I come across a number of people who say they've got collections of books, they want podcast after podcast, but they never talk to anybody about their interests, their secrets, and their silent passion. Many of those people are listening today, well, we'll do get in touch. We'd love to get you involved in some shape or form if we can. I think what's helped with our dinners is if you're one, if you're the first and only doctor to express an interest and a willingness to support the topic, that's very difficult. When you're a 2 or a 3 or a 5 or an 8 or a 9, as we are now, it makes it a lot easier for doctors to look across to see other very credible colleagues. But I also think that what we work very hard at is to make sure that everything we do is consistent with good medical practice. So the reports that we bring in, reports that we hand by our doctors to their senior colleagues, a copy of our first report on mental health and well-being handed to the president of the Royal College of Psychiatrists. And the recent report on health effects was handed to a very eminent member of the European Neurophysiology Council. So the work that we do stands scrutiny from medical colleagues, and we're very careful to make sure that we are non-sensationalist. Indeed, that was a word got some very nice feedback for our last health effect report. Non-sensationalist is a word that Hunt would not use in his reaction to the report. He said some other nice things as well, but I'll certainly take that. I think it is here to be non-sensational, to be caring, provide support to people matter, and we can only do that if we carry the credibility of the doctors that are part of our team with us.
And it is non-sensational. I mean, you're describing injuries and medical effects that people have in these encounters, but you're not saying these were aliens, these are entities from planet Krypton that caused this in their spaceship, right?
Right. We explicitly say in the report we have no evidence of the existence of non-human intelligence. And indeed, the origin of our report, which your listeners can go online and look at www.unhidden.org/health-effects-report/. A lot of it was about thinking of the sort of medical case reports that somebody would write, a doctor would write and submit to a journal like the Journal of the American Medical Association or the British Medical Journal when they saw an unusual patient. So we parked some of the UAP sightings which people know well, much less in terms of the technology and the craft and what they saw, but much more in terms of the medical issues that the individuals concerned have found. And that does a few things. First of all, it further reinforces the fact that UAPs are real. We know that from the Office of the Director of National Intelligence report from 2021, 2024. We know that from other things that the US government has said. But it further reinforces their reality by the fact that when people see things in the sky, that they are harmed. They have burns, they have other medical injuries. Pretty hard to make that something is happening to those people and want to link that to the experience of seeing the object. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that the health effects become a further consequence of UAPs. So Congress people, political leaders and others should be interested and concerned about UAPs for three reasons. The two which are well known: national security and safety of flight risk. But the third reason they should get involved and demand answers is because their citizens, their constituents are harmed in terms of their mental health and well-being, and in a very small number of cases, harmed in terms of their physical health. We go on to draw the threads of the various cases together and say the primary mechanism of action is electromagnetic radiation, specifically ultra-high frequency and microwave. So the frequency range is between 400 megahertz and 2 gigahertz, and most of the incidents and the harm can be explained by that. We can talk where that information comes from and the sources in a moment. But the fourth thing is by pulling together all this information, say all this information, my point is that we don't have very much, but by pulling all the information that civilians have into a single document, we can see how limited the information that civilians have access to. And that brings 2 points. First of all, more research is needed, but also more information needs to be shared by the military and intelligence community side of the fence. It's clear from your excellent book, Skinwalkers to the Pentagon, and other sources, that there's a lot more information in the hands of Defense Intelligence Agency and others about the physiological effects of UAPs on people. And we think ethically it's hard to argue that shouldn't be shared with civilian doctors if it can help with diagnosis and treatment.
I know this calls for generalization, and we'll get into specifics further in the conversation, but in general, the injuries that we're going to be talking about, does it seem like they are because people become in proximity to the ground, or does it seem like there are rare cases where they're actually targeted?
In most cases, it's a proximity. And the key piece of evidence that we've drawn upon, which is the all-South report entitled Anomalous Acute and Subacute Field Effects on Human and Biological Tissue. That's a bit of a mouthful. The key sentence in that is, based on historical cases, humans have been found to be injured from exposure to anomalous vehicles, especially airborne, and when in relatively close proximity. So they are pretty close, which would make sense with electromagnetic radiation type injuries. I think where your question is coming from is that we've also mentioned in the report the Polaris case in are shooting at people, and that would indicate some sort of intent. That's a very different case to the others. Again, we don't know the background, but the wounds that people have, and we want to include that wounds are part of the set of effects. The wounds do appear to be intentional by whoever is firing the beams at the people.
Are there any cases of deaths associated with UAP proximity injuries other than a little bit of law wrestling? Get into kind of break here in about a minute. Um, we'll get into law wrestling in some detail, but any deaths that you've been able to document?
We don't know of any. We have evidence through the various case studies for quite serious injuries, but no deaths. It's obviously a good thing, but we've got a very limited sample size, and one can imagine that the information about deaths will be particularly carefully controlled. But let's hope that that's the case, and we're talking about injuries rather than fatalities.
Were you working on this paper in detail before you found that LOSAP document, that third report?
It came out of the literature review. We didn't know that it existed. We looked to see what information was available, and it came out of the literature review, and it is the primary source for the report. But there are a number of other sources as well, and we've looked carefully across academic journals, but we've also drawn on more anecdotal information sources such as podcasts, such as websites and non-academic peer-reviewed journals as well. So it's a mixture.
We're going to jump into specific cases here in a moment after this break. We're talking with John Priestland about this report put out by the Unhidden Foundation for Mental Health Effects associated with exposure to UAP. And we go into the break with Donna.
Streaming only on Hulu. Beginning Thursday. So much more. All under 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One. Streaming only on Hulu. Beginning Thursday. Fall is sports season, and iHeartRadio has it all. The NFL, MLB playoffs, college football, NHL, and NBA preseason moves are underway. From scores and reactions to interviews and hot takes, it's all at your fingertips on the iHeartRadio app. Log in with your favorite teams, play-by-play podcasts, and local stations where you can react and join the conversation. Sports on iHeartRadio. Your fans live it. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, At Your Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible. Recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours.
All right, we'll say good morning. Let's begin. Beautiful dot ahead of us today. Today's dot is Tzaddikim 95. We are picking up on Tzaddik Aleph on days 94b, and we are picking up Amar Rafuna 246 lines up from the bottom. Our shir this morning is dedicated by Mr. Samuel memory of his beloved wife, Esther Basar, the heel of Mayor HaKohen, of the American daughter of Shlomo HaMelech, her family in Nechama. The shir is also dedicated by Anna Yudit Benzel. We're dedicating the shir and crushes this month in honor of the Mishpacha and in honor of the Kibbutz. So says the Gemara, Amar Rafuna, Esther Masos Nasos Sarashavos. So back to the book. So back to Sapir. So Sancheiriv went ahead and traveled 10 journeys over the course of, or excuse me, 10 stops over the course of that day. Shnei Amar. Now the Gemara quotes the pasuk from Yeshaya. Bo al ayas amar b'mikro b'michmash yakir kilov avru avru ma'avro geva malo monu karda harama kiva shol basa sali kolik bas kalim akshivi laisha ania anasos. So as the Gemara understands over here. There's one more. Notra Madema Yoshi Hagavim Eisu. All the Yom No Lamo, Yet Lamo, Ginopi, Yodo Harabayis, Kivas Yusham. We're going to define each part of this puzzle. But the idea the Gemara takes from there is ultimately there are 10 stops that Sancheiriv made on this day, which was really 10 stops. And in Tuvahagim, there is more than 10 stops mentioned in this puzzle, to which the Gemara says, Sali Kolich Bas Galin. So we'll say that last statement ultimately again, Sal Kolich Bat Galim, literally raise your voice, Bat Galim, the daughter of the waves, is a message that the Navi is saying to Klal Yisrael. Sali Kolich Bat Galim, Bito Shel Avram Yitzchak Yaakov, Sha'asu Mitzos Kigali Hayat. It was actually quite beautiful that the Navi was saying, listen, you Bat Galim, daughter of the waves, is a reference to Klal Yisrael. Why is Klal Yisrael called Bat Galim, the daughter of the waves? So, daughter of the ones who did mitzvos in voluminous amount, like waves. They did waves and waves of mitzvos. Avram, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, who did waves, abundant amount of mitzvos. Hakshiva, so the Gemara says, Hakshiva. Laisha, mehailo tislavi, ela istifi, minevucha netza harasha, the mislik, the muscle ka'arye. So, and the Navi tells Klal Yisrael, do not be afraid of Sancheiriv, who is like the lion cub, but instead be afraid of Nebuchadnezzar, who is like the rolling lion. Shnei Amar, Allah Aryeh V'Sofu. Don't say time of the time they came with Aleph. My Aniya Anasos. What does it mean? It literally Aniya Anasos. Let answer Anasos. So the Gemara says, Asid Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, Asid Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, Umisnabi Allah me Anasos. So we'll say Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah, who's the Rabbi Yirmiyah, is ultimately going to come along and prophesize from the city of Anatot. You can go to Anatot today. Anatot is right outside of Yerushalayim, right past Piskat Zev. It's actually there's a beautiful place called In Prat, which is a beautiful natural spring. So right in the city of Anatot, that is where the Moshav of Anatot. That's where the Rabbi Yirmiyah prophesied. So Yirmiyah prophesied in Anatot and said, Divrei Yirmiyah ben Chilkiah me'akol. I'm going to share Anatot bears to the other. So you guys meet them. Hassam Hari. Lion, shall be prepared. The one pasuk it says lion, the other pasuk it says lion cub. Amar Rabbi Yochanan, Shisha Shem of Seishlali. A lion is known by 6 different names. Elohim, these are the names. Arik, Kfir, Lavi, Lai, Shachal, Shachas. Ealchi, Basru. If that's the case again, then ultimately again we're still there are more than 10 locations mentioned in the pasuk. So there are more than 10 locations ultimately mentioned by the stops of Sancheiriv, to which the Gemara says, Avru Ma'abra Tartinenu. Excuse me, there are less than 10, Avru Ma'abra Tartinenu. To which the Gemara says, Avru Ma'abra are actually 2 different places. Okay. My Odayom Benov Lami. So we'll say, what does the pasuk mean when it says, Od Hayom Benov Lamo? It is still day to stand in Nov, or it is still the day in which Nov stands. What does that refer to? Amar Afunah. Osayo, we'll say that day when Sancheiriv marched on Yerushalayim, L'shtayer me'avona shel Nov. We'll say the sin of Nov was still in existence. Now, what's the sin of Nov? Remember, again, this goes back to the episode of David and Shaul. David is coronated as king. Shaul has been effectively deposed as monarch, but he refuses to relinquish the throne and admit his mistake with Amalek. So what happens? He pursues David. David chooses to run away. He's not going to fight. He's not going to fight his father-in-law. He's not going to fight fellow members of Klal Yisrael. So he runs. But he can't tell anyone about what is happening. So he goes to the city of Nov, which was known as the Ir Kohanim, the city of Kohanim. The Mishkan was there. And what happens? He sets down on a secret mission from the king. I need food and I need weapons. They give him food. They give him weapons. In fact, the only weapons they had was the sword and shield of Goliath, of Goliath, that David had kept. in the Mishkan. David takes it. Who sees all of this happening? We'll discuss all this. A man by the name of Doeg Hadon, who was one of the trusted servants of Shaul, and he comes back and he tells Shaul that the city of Nov has sided with the rebellion of David. The Kohanim of Nov have absolutely no idea that there's any rebellion. They think that they're helping the king's son-in-law on a secret mission. So what happens? To make a very long story short, Shaul brings some of his soldiers to Nov. They wipe out the city of Nov. There is one survivor from the city of Nov, as we'll discuss. They wipe out the city. This was a huge stain we see on Klal, on Shaul, and on David for reasons we'll discuss. So the Gemara says over here that on that day, look at Rashi for just a moment. Both say it's 4 lines down the short lines of Rashi. Because Klal Yisrael killed out the Kohanim of Nov. Also, it is amazing. So Rothschild has a particular window in which he was going to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the massacre in Nov. The last day of that window was the day that Sanherib had marched on Yerushalayim. And had Sanherib attacked on that day, he would have been successful against Yerushalayim. So says the Gemara. So we'll say the day that he marched was the last day in which God was willing to exact retribution for Klal Yisrael for the Nov massacre. And therefore, had Sanherib attacked that day, he would have been victorious, as he would have been the rod of HaKadosh Baruch Hu to exact punishment for Klal Yisrael for the city of Nov. Now get ready for this. This is amazing. So the Gemara says, so interestingly enough, so on the day that Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim, he's outside of the walls of the city, his astrologers tell him, King, if we march now, we will be successful. So what happens? But ultimately, again, if we wait till tomorrow, we will not be successful. So Sanherib responds, so the Gemara says, I'm sorry, furthermore, when coming to Yerushalayim, Sanherib had called Kfitzas Haderech. The journey was shortened. The journey that would normally take 10 days took 1 day. Kimat Yerushalayim. So we'll say the idea over here is that there's the perfect storm. The recipe is perfect for Sanherib to conquer Yerushalayim. He makes incredible time getting there. And number 2, this is the last day of Nov retribution. Kimat Yerushalayim. When he came to Yerushalayim, Shadulei Bistarki at the summit Yosef Megidu Yeshura at the Chaziyol Kol Yerushalayim. So we'll say what happens. So Sanherib shows up in Yerushalayim. What he does is he keeps piling rugs, one on top of the other, until it's high enough that he can see over the walls of Yerushalayim. Get ready for this. He looks over the walls. Essentially, when he goes in and he sees the city, he says, it looks tiny in his eyes. The Amar, Halo Do, he carted Yerushalayim. He says, is this it? Is this the mighty Jerusalem? Is this Yerushalayim? The Allah Arkishis Kol Mesharsi. That for this I went ahead and I moved my whole army. The Allah Kavshis Kol Medinta. And for this I went ahead and I conquered all of the countries until now. Hello, Yizeira Bechalosh, and call Karchi Amalayo, the Kavshis Mitakov Yodi. See, he says ultimately again, this is the weakest city out of all the cities that I conquered. So he says, Allah become Umani Bereshe, Mobil Umay Sibiade, Al Turbes Amikdash Division. So what happens? He waves his hand dismissively across Yerushalayim Harabai. So Sanherib is exceptionally unimpressed. We'll say they have to understand something. It's just an aside. I have no time for this. But I'll tell you anyway. So Rav Kook's excited the Bracha was tried very hard to attract wealthy businessmen from Europe to relocate their businesses to Eretz Yisrael. So it's a story that's told that one time there was a particular beard from Poland who had come to Eretz Yisrael to check it out, to see the land. And so he goes on his whole court, he's about to leave, he goes to Rav Kook. Rav Kook says, so no one watched it on Eretz Yisrael. So that's his, can I So whenever somebody says, yeah, it's not so beautiful. It's garbage on the streets. It's this, it's that. It's not so beautiful. So I'm going to say, yeah, to see the beauty of Eretz Yisrael is directly proportional to the amount of personal spiritual beauty you possess. If you possess much spiritual beauty, you'll see the beauty in your life. If you don't possess spiritual beauty, you'll see garbage in the streets. That is absolutely the nature of Eretz Yisrael. You have to see Eretz Yisrael. You should be honest. Don't say Eretz Yisrael. You should be honest. Is it the most beautiful? Maybe it's that. When you see Eretz Yisrael, if not your eyes, but with your neshama, there's nothing more magnificent. So now, like, I don't have feeling like with Gentile eyes, that's it. This whole campaign, this soldiers have been on the road for who knows how long. This is it. It's like one shawarma store, this is the whole thing. So he says, like, there's a huge, and by the way, couple this with the fact that he was also ridiculous outright. He was ridiculously arrogant. So he says, like, this is ridiculous. This is what I marched for. So he goes on and goes to the following. So we'll say, see, that's something. So everyone knows this right? Where there is great arrogance, there is great downfall. So you see the soldiers begin to say, oh, this is not going to end well. The astrologers are saying, go now. Psychiatrists are saying, this is nothing. This is a cake. It's easy, right? It's a cake. So somebody said, king. Somebody said, I've been tired today. Who went to her? I see call out the cabinet. Tomorrow, each of you will bring me a piece of your way. So incredible guy, and I want to understand here's the downfall. Like, what's the downfall? The downfall is that day was his win. That day was his win. That day was the last day for the retribution for the city of Nov. That day was his win. Had he marched, as most things in life, God gets in the way. So what happens? You know what? It's rest tonight, or relax tonight, tomorrow. What happens that night? You already know the rest. That night is when the Malach comes along and kills 185,000. Yeah. There were a few survivors who were discussed. They find 185,000 folks. How you got in shit? What's that? Papa says, this kid is a very important lesson.
What up, Miss Aquarius? All right, you go back to sleep. You need your beauty rest.
The message is procrastination leads to loss of opportunity. The yeshiva though wants to get anything. This is amazing. The yeshiva know Asher Yuridia Harpa. So we'll say now. The Pinocchio here is these 4 things. Speaks about a man of yeshiva who was of the descendants of Harpa. Harpa is Harpa. We're going to see in just a moment the sister of this. Mishka Mishka Makoshes, who covered Adasha, Ayara the Hakos is done. So says the was the brother of Goliath, the brother of Goliath. After David kills Goliath, so Yishbi has what they call it, blood from David, and again, he's a big man himself, his armor, spear, everything, and he says he's going to kill David. So the Gemara says, might be Yishbi, what does that mean? So the Gemara says, what does the Amrad Yishbi Sheba Abisino? Business and somebody can't commit Rashi said he was a man who came to David HaMelech because of episode no. Now what did David HaMelech have to do? Get ready for this. What did which part of the David? And Mosek he says David says David, how long are you going to hide this sin of no? Ayot Kaf ne'er got no Yirach Wow. Through you, the city of North was wiped out. Because of you, Yitzhak going Adon. Remember again, going Adon is died because we massacred the city of North. Ba'ayatah, there you shall because of you, Shaul and his 3 sons died. Remember again, how did Shaul and his 3 sons die? They died in war against the Philistines. Right? They're fighting against Philistines. They died in war against the Philistines. So the problem is this up. What does this mean? So the thing what does this mean? Second is responsible for making things that happen as a result of his actions. His actions were not irritating. So at the end of the day, David's actions set off a chain reaction of events that resulted in the massacre. No, now David HaMelech was trying to do his best, ultimately to shield the people of Noah. He was doing his best to try to happen up there, but at the end of the day, it was his actions that caused their death. So listen, this is a dramatic idea, because then you understand that sometimes in life, we go ahead and I do something, and there's a negative repercussion. That wasn't my intention. And again, I'm actually in good shape, I think. But understand that if as a result of my action, someone else becomes someone else who suffers, even though again, that was not my intention, and I'm acting in an appropriate way. It just happens to be a byproduct of my action. Someone else is being suffering. There's a sense, there's responsibility for that. Now, obviously, like something that's amplified. Your actions set off a chain reaction of different events that ultimately resulted in massacre of those, the death of Dory, and ultimately the death of Shaul and his sons. Remember again, Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Philistines. Klal Yisrael loses the war against the Philistines. Why? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Philistines? Remember, from your extensive level studies, right? Why did Klal Yisrael lose the war against the Philistines? Because Shaul diverted all of the resources of Klal Yisrael to pursue David, because he was reckless and irresponsible with his military resources. They're chasing David. Shaul gets word that the Philistine had invaded. He thinks twice. Should I continue to pursue David, or should I go after the Philistine? That's how so messed up everything is. Since I David HaMelech's fault, it's not his responsibility for the repercussions of his action. So it's a dramatic idea. So the word was like this. The Gemara says, so guys, stop, you have all this responsibility. Here's the choice. You come inside. Here's the choice. Listen to this choice. Either write down or you can sign. Mutav Emsor Biyad Oyevelo Kolizari. So David HaMelech says, I would rather suffer than cast a shot. Listen to this situation, my friend. One day, David HaMelech out hunting. We'll say it again. So he went, Rashi says, Safar Zoy, Loshan Parsi Pita Kap Safar. He went out to hunt, and again, hunting for food, not hunting for sport. Asa Safar, so what happened? So the Safar came along and appeared to David HaMelech as a deer. Asa Bekira, V'lamakshe, so what happened? David HaMelech shot an arrow, but he missed the deer. So he rushed the mash, V'lamakshe, had the Akila Eretz Pushli. So this is what happened. David HaMelech was running after the deer. He wanders into Philistine territory. David HaMelech wanders into Philistine territory all by himself without an army, and the Pashtus not army at that point. Yishbi, what is he running to? Yishbi, Goliath's brother, is the first guy he had to turn into in Philistine. Amar, how do I calculate with Goliath? This is the guy who killed Goliath, my brother. What does he do? Calculate, grab him, ties him up. You pick him up, you rip was an interesting thing that he did. Osvei Nishaje to Sefe Pacha. He puts David, ties that around, and he puts it in between the two stones of an olive tree. So what does he kind of do? He's going to sit on it. So usually a big guy, he's going to sit on the olive tree. So essentially he's going to crush David on it. This happened in Isa, Makale Aaron to say, so miracle of what happened. Ground underneath the sun so usually he sat the press sunk instead of crushing David Abel. So the Gemara says, I need to sit, how did you decide that going about Malcolm Carson? Oh, yeah, so what's this? Either way, so usually realize this, he leaves him for later, but he started out with the grass. Oh, Yama, I kind of to marry Shabbat. So what's like that day was Erev Shabbos. Abishai ben Surya, Havakam Hayyifrei Sheikh, Dalit Garbi Debay. So we'll say Governor Miles, one of his generals, by the name of Abishai ben Surya, so was going ahead and washing his hair. So he's trying to tell you, the Gemara says he used Dalit Garbi Debay, 4 towels of water. Okay? Chazinu, Kasmein Debay. So drops of blood on the water. And he understood that what he wasn't from him. So something's going on. Eager to have the Asayonic Richard come in, others say, and it's dog, loudly, and started like clapping with spoons in a violent manner. Omar Knesset Israel Yona Abislay, Shnemar Kampayona Babakasset, Shnami Abdallah and Mouse when he saw the savage. So what happens? He sees the blood, he sees the dog flapping around, and he realizes it's probably supposed to be the dog. He must think Kamsal is fine. Kamsal is just fine. So the king is in trouble. Also, they say, go after the palace, and King's Alice, and it's Erev Shabbos. So, Amar, Sinan, in Roth Penasuso, they Yoshua Suso, they Mishtamshin Bishak, Bishas Hasakala. So, the halacha is, you cannot use the king's horse, you cannot sit on the king's throne, and you cannot use the king's stuff. So part of the covenant of love, you can't use the king's stuff. What about when the king is in danger? The king is in danger, so what Abishai is, you can ride the fastest horse, use the fastest mule. So can I ride the king? Now with the Shiloh. So let's say what happens. Also show baby Joshua. Those guys can shine on the business. I'm related. The Shah says Sakana Shabi. Ultimately again, kind of Sakana, yes, you can go. You can use it. So let's say first of all, it's amazing idea. Two, always has to know what the halacha is. Always has to know what the halacha is. You have to ask the Shiloh. I shall Sakana this, of course, I have to define the everything in our lives is governed by Allah. Everything in our lives is governed by Torah. So Muslim really make a decision right has to ask themselves, not what do I want to do, but this is what I have to do. Should say about this. What's the lesson I'm voting? So sure enough, he gets upset. You guys are not in the party. Goes right hand, jumps on the mule. Come, Ba'azil comes on it, says to this. Come, Ba'azil, comes to the arrow. So he says he has an incredible girl, he gets the Eretz pushed it very quickly. So what did he come out? Translate the article in the characters. This is like what do they call it? The star-studded cast of characters. So as he's riding, as he's riding to push the area, who does he see? Arba. Arba. Who's Arba? Arba was the mother of, now whether this means actually, he sees Arba, she must have a very old lady by that. Like Arba was the mother of Goliath, the mother of Ishmael. So what happens? So Chazi, Arba, she was spinning while she was weaving. So what happens? Chazi say, suffer the mikvah. So what happens? As Arba sees Abishai and so Arba must have known that this should be a capture. Arba now sees Abishai and Surya running, Taras pushed him. She realizes he's on a rescue mission. She takes the spindle and she throws it at Abishai in an effort to kill him. So she misses him. So she pretends that she had no Allah, I sleep, Allah. Just excuse me, young man, I dropped my spindle. Would you mind getting it? So what happens? She does husky the ratio of He brings it back, throws it at her head,
Do it again. Let's go. Keep singing.
fine. Harper
So
down.
she'd be
So says the Gemara,
working
Yishbi Vino. So the Gemara goes like this. So we'll say what happens. So now David HaMelech shows up ultimately again. Now we'll say, remember, now we understand also the pasuk also Yishbi Vino. Because this is part of David HaMelech's punishment for that which occurred in no. So the Gemara says what happens is Yishbi Vino, over Hashta, Abu being trained, because what happens now, Yishbi realizes when he sees Abishai coming that he's going to be outnumbered. David and Yishbi together is a bit too much to handle. It's a bit too much to handle. So what happens? He goes ahead and says, now I'm going to be outnumbered. So what does he do? So get ready for this. So Paskin of David Virat Ruche. So it was our neighbor Ali Nicholas. He wants to kind of get out of here now. So what does he do? He throws David up in the air. This was an incredible display of strength. Puts his spear down on the ground. I was going to face him up. And figured David was just going to land on the spear with ducks. So what happens? He shows up just in time. Amar Abishai Shem. Abishai comes right in front of him in midair. He says the Shem of Shem Hashem. Ultimately, so ultimately again, to spend that amount of minute, why doesn't say the name of himself? There's no reason to find this so publish Motzi because it was a incarcerated individual cannot extricate himself from his jail. It was incredibly important. So, again, generally take money. Sometimes it gets slow on this Shabbos. Sometimes we are in a situation where trees spoke about this in the Charav. Again, Rav was not to the leg. Like Rav takes this fucking precise to their life. Someone who can see your life, see you outside of you. He cannot think clearly, he cannot act clearly, and therefore he knows the same shit that works like Abishai. So it's a good place. Alright, right by Shama. So the first thing Abishai said, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Alright, so he tells them, see, so if you were to tell them, I was going to say, listen, I was chasing over here and I just ended up here. I was going to realize that this is Mashkach about this. So because Abishai, the whole story, what's the whole story? The story is God told me I'm being punished. He asked me, do I want to get the punishment for my kids? So I said, I'd rather get punishment than have my kids write down. I'm like, I'm going to say this thing. So Abishai says, so David, change around your tefillah. Ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu to punish your children and not you. So listen to this. He says, Barbaric Lisbon, Ba'atlot Yitzhak. So as people say, better for my grandson to sell wax, but I should not suffer. So what does that mean? It's a natural response of parents to have a promise on their children. So what the chunk is like this. What Abishai Ben Tzruya says is, listen, all you can plan for is the present. Right now, each one of them is giving you the opportunity for Shek and Shalom and Shiva in your presence. So take it. Allah will between now and the future. You have plenty of time. You have the problem with the big structure about your children. You have plenty of time to slip and to wipe away to shame. And if you have to trouble so much, now grab it. Use it to change your circumstances going forward. So swap your tefillah around, position around. Amalei, so Yogi, Saya Bahadar. That is it by Azul Abishai and Tzruya. So also ultimately something about that. But Abishai, can you help me down? This is what the passage says. Abishai and Tzruya help him. Amar Yehuda, Amar Abishai, Azul Tefillah. Abishai, David, David to have the zero the first. Amar Abishai, so Amar Abishai. So what happens? So Abishai is running down another way. So Yishbi is running after him. He must have been, when they come to the city of Yishbi, they had a thought for a second, let's just turn around and fight. He must though, they trade, Korean, Kabul, so they said, then they had a second thought, they kept running. Then when they got to Beijing, they said, you know, 2 lion cubs cannot compete with like the lion. There were 2, and Yishbi was one. Yishbi was much stronger than them. So he rises. So what happens? Moses then they realized, however, at some point in time, they couldn't keep running. So listen to the plan. They did. So they turned around and they said to him, Seal Ishtachak la'arfa imei mikibra. Why don't you go visit the grave of Arfa, your mother? And what they just told him was what? Like, you killed your mother. You killed your mother. So listen to this. Adkura le shmei b'imei, kacha shnei b'kach. Mentioning the name of his mother. The fact that she was dead, it became his strength, and they were able to go with it. Sometimes, even the hardest of people, like even the hardest of people, everybody has a self-spot for something. So for Yishbi, he was a mama's boy. He might have been a favorite, but he was a mama's boy. When his mother, Rebbe, was killed, it hurt him. It hurt him. And at the end of the day, they were able to overtake him, and he killed him. I mean, say, so listen to this. This is the meaning of the pasuk. As Mishpu Am Sheikh David Lamar, love Lamar, but takes it Oshta Melchama, the most sickness there. Listen to this. So they said to David, after this event, they swore. The men of David said, "You are not going out anymore. You're not going to battle anymore. And ultimately, again, the light of Israel shall not be essentially what they did. The king of Israel is grounded. The king of Israel is grounded. His soldiers say to him, "You're not going hunting anymore. You're not going to war anymore. We both saved us all this time, but next year you're not traveling without it." They call Darabana. Because they amazing. Just to go ahead and say because the stories of so many incredible lessons. Just all the story. Shlosha copy cards. There are three people who had the miracle of things like that. But the miracle of having a long journey short. Who were they? Eliezer Ebed Aron, Yaakov Avinu, and Abishai Ben Tzruya. So Abishai Ben Tzruya held on. So Abishai Ben Tzruya just spoke about Eliezer Ebed Aron. Eliezer son of Avram the Siv, V'Hava Hayom El Ha'ayin. I came that day ultimately again to the Ayin Tuna. The Meimra Dahu Yom Anacham. So we'll say this is about Eliezer in Parshas Chaisar. And he came like that day. I traveled from Canaan to Haran and I made it the same day. Yaakov, and it says ultimately again, speaking of faith and next day, because sunset. The mother was around with Yaakov. When the kingdom of Yaakov is running away from home, running away from Shisa, going to Lavan. Lavan is in Haran. The mother, when he gets to Haran, after Agaki, I walk on his body before Abosai. But I will show you no, it is impossible. That I passed by the place like my forefathers found it. This is the Harabais. I passed through the Harabais, the place where my forefathers found it, and I didn't even stop to have it there. So he decided to go back to Harabais. So he came over here at the night, and the other comes to the Arab. So when he decided to have son, he said he already got the Haran. He said, "I can't believe I passed Harabais that day," and he wanted to go back. He looked at the historical, and allowed him to get back to the Haran. The Harabais expedition very quickly. So what happens? Yeah, but you go over. Go around, right? They here and let's see what the about the kid. You know, he's pretty never. So I thought about that. About that. You know, it could be a election. She steps in because the sun set. But somebody after he just got back from Harabais, he wants to go back to Haran. We're not going to Baruch. Tzaddik said, "Well, the base Malone, the Bayish Malone is impossible." The Prince was a Rosham says, "Kifi." Tzaddik came to my home, came to my inn. So Harabais is the Rosham home. If the Tzaddik came to my home, I'm not going to have him sleep over. Yeah, Barshash. Miraculously, the sun set. And it is said by Israel Rosham, so I believe on the Pasuk said, after the fight for the Malach of Israel, twice he said that the sun rose. The sun rose for him. That he loved the Bad Jaffa, did it only rise for him. Now, all the hills are for him. It goes for everyone. I'm going to be spot Shemet, Shabbat, Ba'avro, Stirk of Ba'avro, ultimately again the same sun that had set earlier for him. Was it as a reference to Yaakov being back to Harabais? The sun set earlier, set forced to speak out. Rabbi
He's like, well, I don't know if he
also
called me
after
up.
the episode
We got
developed
together
himself,
and he was going to roll
Rose
to my house.
Jacob Avinu
And I
has
went over
two
to his
girls
house.
with
My
his son.
folks lived
One
off
time
even
it's
turnpike
second
next
for
to
the
a
morning
body
to get him to
mechanic
sleep
shop
on Rabbi.
where people
The
build
second time
cars
is
and shit
Rose
like
for
that. His
the
family lived there, didn't have much money.
struggle with
They just had 9 or 10
and
kids.
we know because he did that
And I remember
so
going in
so
there,
now let's go after
and
just
the
a second.
mother talking
So
to
that
him,
about the
and
first
saying shit to
Nakasha.
the mother.
At first he said, God, I'm
And
willing
my
to
heart
suffer, leave my
stopped.
kids
Yeah,
alone.
just
Then
stopped.
he
Oh my
reversed it and
God.
he said, God shall visit the punishment upon
I
my
know, like,
children,
that's just,
but
you're
let
gonna be dead.
me
My
not
friend's
suffer.
gonna be dead.
So where do we see
And then
that
there's
Davida's children indeed did suffer? So there was a Desiv, Va'atalya in Achazio, Lo
He's on Facebook, he's got a hat on, this shit hysterical.
who was
Fucking like a jersey or some shit.
she was a
You never
mother
know
of
one comment
crazy.
that
His
just,
son
like,
Achaziah was killed.
could kill
So
someone,
Kinisbea,
but
like
fucking,
Haga
it just doesn't,
Batova is
like,
called
get his hat on.
So she decided she
Like,
wanted to
the people
free.
who love that hat,
She
and
quite carried all of the other male heirs to the throne. Gaha Ishtaya Legosh. One second, so she wiped out pretty much the main members of the Davidic family. So that was the first one of his children were wiped out. Those actual children were wiped out. Because there was Joash. Hasaman Ishtaya and Yasa. It's okay because from the city of No, there was also one survivor. Joey saved by the mother. Then
I still remember the first time I saw a kid get like this smack in the back of the head. I never seen before. And this kid, I remember like he was out my children, brother. I don't like remember going to the pillars from some of the brother. And the father just looked at me, gave him a quick in the back of the head, and I don't know what was in your headlights. Because I had never, like,
and
the only thing I remember about like the few spankings or things that got is like it felt like the earth, like the world slowed down. Like it was in slow mo, like that long hit. And like because it happened so like infrequently, and it was just so weird. But so was that what you were saying about like throw the kid into the shower, like that's why you're gonna get spanked back these days.
strong soldiers wearing coats of iron. And another 60,000 infantrymen. We discussed the size of the army. The size of the army gets
Especially when
bigger.
your mom
The
does.
King Bala
Yeah, look,
is the same size force. Which marched against Africa because it's about forward against the fight. The King has seen the level of growth there was an enemies of this size.
This is why this has to happen. This is why this has to happen.
Our Americans went off some haters and camps was 400 cars of Versailles. Rothschild, Savas, Susan, the whip of the total max of the horses. Our boy Parsi, 40 cars, Sach Macane,
This is the fucking deal in this house. This is how you have to behave yourself. This is how you have to act.
in some haters camp was Masai
it's
Shisha
it's from the back, like you,
was 2
like
billion
being on that night. I could never imagine
minus
being
1.
done with mercy in 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, it's just kind of annoying at some age. She's gonna talk back to her mother.
They never
And she's like, up to me. So fucking, whatever. And the mom is the fucking boss. And he's like, yeah, lose my fucking family. So that I know the position I'm in.
But like the nice again, the level of respect with what's over here is size that no one
You know, I
has ever
embraced her
seen.
when I grab her and I talk to
So
her.
this is
And
before
I hug her and I
that.
explain that sometimes she cries. And sometimes she gets it, she just gets unplugged away. They go back to the slave right back to where we started from. I told her, I know,
doesn't mean less
you know what?
less 100,000, less 1,000, less 100, less than 1, which you guys is big. But I can, when anyone wants to take over, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, we're not asking you how to this time, right? I'm also asking you how to be. Listen, the point that we have to Gemara has is, like I said, this is a huge part. So what happened last week? We showed up the chef. Listen to this. You might have to pass through the Jordan River. You have to pass through the Jordan in order to get to so what happens to pass the Jordan, the Shaka. The first people pass is that's the Yarding. And so of the Homo, the second one was at the they had to stand the next one has to do it.
We've had this like with us for God knows how long. Let's just do a little drop this now. I've been practicing with the CBD oil because it's expensive, so you can't just fucking take it like a sandwich. So it says 7 drops, and you start counting the drops, you know.
שנאמר עד צורך, כי אחרונים, הלו אחר גלגלים, ובוצים מים ולהרושתוש, עד שיהיו מים ומקום אחר בשם. שנאמר, אני קראתי בשלטים שלהם. They were kicking up dust with it. Because of his by the time the third wave passed through, there was no water left in the Jordan River.
To myself, and then I give one to Lee. Now the one I gave to Lee was so small, but Lee moved it in his lip. So that guy was like a half.
So they had to bring water from elsewhere.
I did. I know what I looked at. I did it a couple of times. And then I did it again. I tried to get the least amount in to us just to try it out. He's never done it before. I haven't done it in years. We did the blog that one time, but I don't believe it exists the first time. And we saw the gentleman who told us not to look around. So this time I go Lee ready for another one. Lee does a little one again. Again, I dabble with it. I get a little bit of
So what the Malach did was, the Malach wiped
I don't know
out
if
the
we did
pollution.
it right away or we waited a
Once you
little
have out
while.
pollution of the army that was, everyone
And then
else
we
is
did
going.
okay.
Over last week, and I
There was
safe.
3 little
But the
dabbles.
Shmona Brozone,
Somewhere
the
along the line, I felt
Brozone, little bit against the gate, the
I
cat,
felt like my
skinny,
body
restrained the
shivering and
the
stuff.
fact that the
But
directors of the
at one
officers
point in
really
the podcast, I blew a smoke
they
out.
can sit by each Shmona and the hate for Ohio. They know
And I
this
saw how Lee looked at the smoke
My other thing
for a
for
minute. And I'm
we
like,
had said me, I'm
fuck.
shutting you with the
We're
phone.
gonna have a
Shutting off.
problem. So I got the
She
acid.
doesn't have remember back and say, what did the Malach
Really
kill the
good.
soldiers
The
with?
podcast ended, the guest
We
left.
don't know if you guys.
Lee and I stayed here for another 35, 40 minutes talking. And I tell you what, the acid
with his hand.
rattled my veins a little bit. But it wasn't like the drag almost regardless. She was high, put earphones on. You ever sit there, take a shower,
The
scrub
Malach
your
killed you
toes,
under
all
his
this shit.
finger.
Just make to clarify, we did the first
I
one,
want to come to you about how to
and
export
we did the
anything.
second one till
The
after.
cartoons at the bottom, this is the finger of God. Yeah, export. Shasili Parmesan. This is the finger, which will ultimately get you
Maybe different, but I thought I went to
So the drugs, Gabriel is your mouth, your signal, right?
I feel
Gabriel
weird.
was back to tell you about
Acid.
the ready.
And once it's
So
like
everybody
your
knows
heart,
how to show. Well, members, the shation
now
of
it's a
wages.
different
So
story.
Gabriel says, essentially, I was born ready, right? I was ready. My signals were ready since the 6 days of creation. Yeah, my people are most of them. Surely you'll come over. Oh, sometimes I'm thinking of it. The time of year was one of the crops became ripe. Some of the crop of Gabriel, he shot the Yotze National Deos, so Gabriel apparently is the Malach in charge of agriculture as well. They go out to check on the food, cascade glad, take your sickle, take care of them as well. Yeah, now, you get ugly crops to tell you, both your local Yabba, the young Lila, but you're like, so I have a shmur. I'm going to pop off, and I'm going to say, I go, okay, without the Shkab. So what people say that in general, when you have an enemy, so make sure to say good morning. Right now, go pass by your enemy in the morning and say good morning to them. Very disorienting.
First off, I said, get up by himself, and
So
turns off the red
when
and
you're going
blue
out to
lights.
see where you're checking on the food,
So
also
I'm
take care
watching
of
all
the
this, and
senior.
I'm like, this kid's fucked up.
Asia, which always said that is an incredibly social channel
So I
about
took the
how to
same
deal with
amount
conflict.
as
The way
Lee,
you
and
deal
then
with
Lee
conflict
took
is
a little
possible
less than me. Because
it.
one drop
The
is
best
all this
way
thing
to
I always
use
put back in
conflict
your
is
tongue.
don't
So whatever, I'm not accusing you. I
don't
don't have to
fight.
say that.
You have an
At
enemy.
that point,
You say
I
good
felt
morning.
guilty.
You say shalom
Because I'm
aleichem.
like, when
You
is
say
this
how are
going
you?
to
I'm
get
not
All right,
entering
Lee
into
has done
conflict with
2
you. I'm
things so
choosing
far
not to fight
that
with you.
showed me that he could be seeing something where he looked at the smoke,
especially
and
if
when
your mom is
he
growing
asked
up.
me if
These
it was
are the
hot,
books on
let's never get tired when
others
somebody
say
asks you if it's
that
hot.
Gabriel reached
So I
into the
opened the
nose
door,
of the
and he
soldiers, and
says,
that's how
boy,
the
it's so hot.
Shemar,
I
they
gotta
got
take my
Nafshan of the
shoes off.
Syria, the Amar,
Look, his
Kavai,
fucking
Safat,
shoes
Land,
off.
Mason.
He
Others
takes
say
his
that
socks off,
Gabriel, that in the
and he's
Jerusalem,
all
they go to that to the Shemar, they got others, after Al-Habi, Al-Habi,
like that.
the
I'm sitting here, guys, to my fucking God, this guy plays this fucking
you allowed them to do it, you allowed them to do it, you show them the bios.
we had no fucking stars. That's why we took BS. We smoked all of our, we smoked a lot of fucking bottles. Speaking of which,
So at the end of the day, so the Malach wipes out the majority of the army. How many soldiers do you have? Not on the Asara. That says soldiers should have army. You should army. And now you coming down, Yaakov, the dog Asara, 5,000. Shmuel says 9. Where did you get 9 from? The Nishama, all of us, you know, Zayis, Zayis, Oshek, Argambrios. I mean, Arba, the Hamisha, the Secret. So that is Arba, Hamisha, 4, 5, 9. That's it. So usually Omer, Arba, 14. Shnei March, 9, Shlosh, Arba, Hamisha. Those if you add up all the numbers mentioned, it's not supposed to. But you have Hamisha. Rabbi Rothschild says 5. Where the Bible was like, saying Aaron was spared, Shnei Barak, his 2 sons were spared, Nebuchadnezzar, when it was like, can you imagine this? These are the 5 people who are spared. So Aaron, his 2 sons, Nebuchadnezzar, and Zara. Zara, just how do you buy? So we have a tradition. Zara is the Gemara. It's like Gemara means a tradition. When we get the sword that Zara was spared, Nebuchadnezzar can save the Rava, the Revi, Dama, the Vara, the because we have the Kodesh before. After Hanan, Mishnah, and Zara, the Kishon. So Nebuchadnezzar says, I see 4 people, and one of them looks like an angel. How does Nebuchadnezzar know what an angel looks like? Beloved the Chazye, we know how they look. How does he know what an angel is in the Mosaic? Because Nebuchadnezzar saw the angel that night when everyone else was wiped out, and he was there. So Abraham, one of Abraham's 2 sons would say, and he wished that come up to Yisrael, and the child, Elohim, the Avanella, Yishar Atzar, Binav, called the Torah. So it was an angel again, because Sanheriv and his 2 sons, we see that Sanheriv and his 2 sons are alive, they were on the boat again, his 2 sons. So it says the fact that his 2 sons assassinated, which takes after this, and then tells us that Sanheriv and his 2 sons were spared from the white out of the entire Syria. So stop over here. Really fast here.
Oh, okay. Picks everything up. Okay, see, I always walk around like a crazy person. I'm picking things up, I'm putting it down. It's really, I start organizing, I'm organized. When he talked to me, when he spoke to me, and he told me that he had his shirt off, I got a little scared for him. I stayed up a little longer.
Good morning.
Now,
Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud sponsors for the year of Tafshin Day, the Christmas Shvach, dedicating all the share drushas in this year's course. From the Solar Stopes to all about Sarah, Talmud sponsors for the month of Adar Haba, in the Tova, Terry and Steve Zinn, loving memory of his father, Dr. Harry Khan Hirsch, Ben Yosef Hakoin, the Ziv Levin and Berners families in memory of Mr. William Ziv and Ziv Ben Shmuel, Zev Shmuel Ben Yisrael. And then we got learning sponsors, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of Judy Goldman, Yehuda, Yehudis Esther, Bas Elazar, Sephora, which are known for our Talmud Torah. All of them from the family from all those who need revolution and hopefully the construction years that should bring the world messages and allow our holy soldiers to be successful in the fall of Nazi. Once with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today about Hashem. Today's daf is Sabbath Dollar 94. We're looking up on Sabbath Gimel on days 93. Rabbi Amar Deborah Vadoi. It is about 10 lines after the 40 minutes wide. Rabbi Rothschild. So the Rosa, this is very fascinating. Rabbi says, who has the ability? Now, literally translated, Morach Hadai means the ability to smell and judge. Morach Hadai, someone has the ability to smell and judge is ultimately fit to go ahead and sit alone, or Shabbat Shabbat, go here, make sure anything. What does this mean? That someone is able to smell and Rashi
Yeah, I
for
would
this
take 2
idea
laps
is that
for
we're
the
going to
track.
go
It's
ahead
attacked
and
by a fucking
which
road.
Rashi says will be more about that. Shemiriach Ba'ad
We're trying to find a street and like half
but
like
it's simply Dr. Ziva. Dr. Ziva, also known as Dr. So Dr. Ziva, Rashi says over here, Maldi or Tusmea, he was one of the Herodian kings, like one of the descendants of Herod. So he was a king. Just to point out, remember again, felt about had a chicken behind Komo, something like that. ومسكين خما بيودي دانس ومدينة معدا عشقات behind لعبه بهيك الهملة. والله بسيفر بلاشة كاسب. So this is the praises of Kanai Mishana. We're not understood. Daniel Kanai Mishana. ما يشاء إن فهم. What is going to be happening? Coming back in. I feel like Rifta. It didn't even have like the blood money. They were healthy, but they never even needed blood money. My Basha, Omashio. It means that when they report the king, they type of privilege, shatter from sleep. He didn't abstain from going to the bathroom. They would pull back their knees, they make Enos Marcus. Because of the reference for the matter. So yeah, it's also a good shot. So what does it matter for us? So say on a very simple level, perhaps the idea is teaching us like this. So Asher told me how you squeeze the heads on the left ball. The person says from your son that will come from you. The king will take this in nice reason. So rather I'm squeezing out. But that's what building means like right? The king will often task for certain or you should not be distracted by anything or be fully and fully devoted to him. And if you know about she starts up with his no, what it means is that Abodazara was like cut off. Abodazara was castrated during their days. So it was like they had a successful ability to remove Abodazara. It says that Abodazara was so to speak castrated during their days. According to being that says that they were literally Swiss. The Gemara says, "My bechavalo is chavalo dinira." It means the whole thing again. Fire had no breakfast to the the story of the furnace that we spent yesterday. Back nor no others behind. No chavalo berecha. It means again there was no fire in order to descend the smoke impact them as well. According to the opinion that says that Al Zara was cut off during their days. I know that Sif Kamar Shul Saus Meshishnu Shab Sosai. Eleman the Amar Swisim Namish Shtaikra Medusa the city. According to the opinion that says that there are Namish Swisim. So ultimately again the concept of Hashem makes reference of this level of degradation, which towards us could be their ego. But literally the king has to be there. So also to the Gemara goes back to Rishon and I'm a Swiss mamish the Sid says they're mamish Swissim. The Pasuk says the basing of Chorasa Yad Vashem totally running to the bottles. The Pasuk says that the name that they established for themselves was even greater than the potential physical offspring. So it makes sense they had their physical offspring. My totally running to it's better and the before they were made by the king, they had children. Unfortunately, those children deceased them. My shame over actually why shall not be courage. What is not given in Jordan or not be covered? Says Sefer Daniel, Shinikra Alshmo. That's called Sefer Daniel. Was also again Sefer Daniel's name. Again, by four Daniel. Lifted. Sefer Daniel was named for Daniel. You guys mentioned Lifted. Lifted the Ezra Daniel. Then called Lifted the Ezra. Kenny Ben Chachayam. Pretty much all of the words, it's all about that. In reality, it's the only one saves right. It's divided out pretty well. Notice something very interesting. Most of Sefer Ezra was actually prophesied by Kenya. So that's the case. Why is it called Ezra, not Nehemiah? Which was my comment about Sefer Al Shmei. Why was it not called Sefer Nehemiah? Rabbi Yirmiyah Bar Abba because took a little bit too much credit for himself. Remember me, name Amra. Zachariah Shepherd Zonafa. Hakin the Shesafa. I don't know the closest set of this problem. Remember me. Taking credit almost like he had a little bit of requisite merits in order to go ahead and have his children. Double bracket. Nobody was asking for a forest. It was like asking for Klal Yisrael. They started the day, Shasira Bikusa Shon. This is incredible. So Nehemiah doesn't merit to have the same name for why? Because he spoke disparagingly about the earlier ones. So what is this? הכבידו על העם ויקחו מהם בלחם יין והכסף שקלו הרגליים. So this is incredible. That Ezra disparaged the beliefs of Nehemiah, disparaged the beliefs that he performed, ultimately accused them of exploiting their position for personal gain. While President Reagan is, even if he may have been right, in my opinion, what's irrespectful, you can't malign other Jews. Can't malign other Jews. Listen, we saw this in yesterday's daf, the opinion that says that Hanayim Shanazaria drowned in blood. Stars. So what is that? So therefore, perhaps truthfully, Daniel spoke negatively about Daniel. By the way, how do we know that Chicago? How do we know that he was faithful? Where it says, good eyes, a lot of different times. Next cycle. não Daniel said, right? يعني Daniel Lodadi, Asher Habibni Lo Rubber as Amara Abba Harada Lo enough Rabbi. So the Gemara says, so how do you know that Daniel was greater than these other people? So the Pasuk records an episode where there was a dramatic vision. Daniel had the vision, and no one else saw. No one else saw but Daniel. Who were other people who were with Daniel who could see the vision? I'm going to give you a picture of the Abba, Zechagai, Zechariah, Malachi. The other problem is Zechagai, Zechariah, Malachi. So they were there with Daniel. They did not see the vision. They was like, let's say Tzaddik Dalet Dalet 94a. You know what? So it's interesting. You have certain respects. Haggai and Zechariah were greater than Daniel. In other respects, Daniel was greater than them. How so? So the Gemara says, in what age, talking again, day, Haggai and Zechariah were greater than Daniel. The Indian, so let's say interestingly enough, so Haggai and Zechariah Malachi were considered to be bona fide as men. Daniel apparently was a lower grade himself. The Ilu Adif Minahu, the Ilu Chazah, the Ilu Lo Chazah. But Daniel was greater than them. And Daniel had this vision, and they did not have this vision. So now, if the Akrat Lo Chazah might time in this, well, again, here's the problem. If they didn't have the vision that Daniel had, then why were they frightened? Are they frightened? What caused the fright? So it's very interesting. I'm sorry. Afagateinu lo chazu miti nazlayu. Afagateinu lo chazu nazlayu chazu. Even though they didn't see anything, their muzzles saw. So let's say, what does this mean? So often muzzle refers to like astrological signs. These characters have to follow. Every person has a malach, like every person has like a ministering angel who advocates for them. So watch the books, that's a sign to me. So sometimes there are things that my malach but I don't see. So yet again, it is like this synergistic connection between myself and my malach. And therefore the Gemara suggests over here that even if I don't see something and my malach sees something, so that has an impact on it. The Gemara says, because it's fascinating. Sometimes in life, sometimes like a person can be driven by fear, and the fear doesn't make sense. Like the fear itself could be illogical. But what does it mean sometimes when a person is gripped by fear, but they don't know why? Sometimes they mean that my muscles saw something, even though I actually see my muscles saw, but that's having an impact on me. Incredible. So the word Smaita. So what's the difference for that? Let's say a person is gripped by fright. They're not exactly sure, right, what the fright is, but I know that I want to get out of this emotion. Then show me, good day, Arvagani. So what should you do? Jump away from your present spot, Dalaramas. Jump away, Dalaramas. Inami, or say Shema, the Kai Ben Mokum has to know best, and if ultimately again you're standing in a place where Allah may say that it's dirty, so you can't say Shema, what should you say? Lema up, say the following. He's at the big top club, the goat of the slaughterhouse is fatter than so perhaps the Gemara is teaching us, or Adin is teaching us, three profound ideas. There are times in life where a person is gripped by fear. And there are times in life where I can't even understand what the fear is. And I said, what's the type of fear? Fear is paralyzing. That's why fear is a very scary thing, because fear is paralyzing and keeping in place. What do you do in life when you're by fear? Number one, jump down on this, which means move yourself forward. Number one, don't allow fear to paralyze you. Move yourself forward, even if it's only $1. Whatever you do, don't remain in place. Because one thing is, if you remain in place, what's going to happen? You remain in place. But nothing. The first thing you want to do by fear is literally move yourself, even if it's only a little bit of amount. Move yourself forward in life. Number two, say Shema. Say Shema. What is it? Anchor yourself in a Shema. Shema is the old word, which I tell myself 2012. The biggest antidote to fear is a relationship with the Rabbi Rothschild. So you're seized by unintelligible, paralyzing fear. Say Shema. That will give you the confidence to move forward. But what's the last thing? What you should do? Saying the goat from the slaughterhouse is fatter than you. What is that? What is that? Sometimes I'm going to say fear is nonsensical. So sometimes the way to shake off fear is to say, this is not. So that statement of the goat from the slaughterhouse is fatter than me. It's just like a statement like kind of, how do you feel when you say that statement? Because the most reaction when you say that statement, you giggle a little bit, right? It's like a smile. Like the idea of there's so many times in life we're paralyzed by things that aren't real. They're not real. They're perceived. So sometimes what you need to do is break the hold of fear by saying something like shtickle nonsensical. So say a little nonsensical, kind of like change the mood a little bit and be able to move yourself forward. By paralyzing fear, you can move yourself forward and be yourself something powerful and remind yourself that it's not real. If you do those three things, or even if it is real, it's not as real as it actually feels. You'll be able to move yourself forward even in the midst of the most immobilizing fear. Incredible. So you are the main rock. The main rock. So the Gemara says, Lemar Baham Shara Baham Shalom in case, Darsh Bakar with Sikori, Neymar, Moshe, Sheba, and Sativa, Asua, this is something general, in general, a man in the middle of a puzzle. Right? Is open. And only the mem at the end of the word is closed. Again, in this word, mem in the middle is closed. Because Kishma Kulas is Kiskyo Mashiach. So it's incredible. So this comes by Kiskyo. Kiskyo, the king of Yehuda. So Kishma wanted to make Kiskyo Mashiach. The Sancheriv go to Mabel. Remember again, Sancheriv, who comes out to battle with Kiskyo. Hashem wanted to make you go to Mabel. Remember again, there's this war of Mabel, which is this whole good showdown between good and evil, which precedes the Messiah. So Hashem wanted to make Kiskyo Mashiach and Sancheriv. Go to Mabel. I'm going to read this at the table of Shalom. ומטה ונאו ישראל שומר כמה שירות ששפחות לבנך לא עשיס המשיח ומידע סדין actually restrict justice because of the Rothschild we'll say it's almost like there's a system of checks and balances like the Hazrat Baruch Hu. Rothschild was ready to go and make his skill better. This is what? David was greater than Chizkiyahu, and he didn't make David Mashiach. So the Gemara says, "Lo asas Mashiach, Chizkiyahu shasis lo kol nisim." Right? So Chizkiyahu shasis lo kol nisim alalu. But lo amar shir lefanecha ta'aseh Mashiach. So again, Chizkiyahu, again, he did so many miracles for him. And yet, unfortunately, he didn't sing Shira. David sings so much Shira. David did so he did so many miracles. He didn't sing Shira. You're going to make him a Mashiach. The Kach nistatim. Therefore, this mem, right? The mem which represents Mashiach. The mem was closed. It was closed. Hashem wanted to make this Mashiach, and then the mem was closed because the Midas hadn't shut it down. Preventing his skill from becoming Mashiach. I'm going to say, what do you see from here? What do you see from here? What prevented his skill from becoming Mashiach? His lack of Shira. His lack of Shira. See from here the power of gratitude to the Rebbe Shalom. And the ability, the greatness of God is not only Shira, but Shira at all times. Shira in times of good, Shira in times of challenge, Shira in times of happiness, Shira in times of tragedy. That is the avodah of Shira. That is the quality of Mashiach. The ability to sing Shira to HaKadosh Baruch Hu no matter what's happening in life. The Gemara was like, "Miyad, Pascha Arsh Ra'amin Echad Ribon Shalom." This was it. So Hashem, I know Master Chanecha Shira Nachas Tzaddik Zer V'Aso Mashiach. Wow, Asi Mashiach. Make this go Mashiach. He didn't sing Shira. I'll sing Shira. Gemara says, "Pascha Ba'amar Shira L'Charetz Ne'emar Mikneh Ha'aretz Tzniyo Sh'Oretz Tzniyo." Amar Tzara Olam Falav, Ribon Shalom Tzniyo Pascha L'Tzaddik Zer. So ultimately, again, it's Tzara Olam. The Rashi says, "Malach Shekola Olam Moshe B'Yado." Whatever this means. Apparently, there's like a universe CEO. He's delegates to him. So Sarah Olam said to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, "Shamanu Tzvilat Tzadik." Sarah Olam Shaman Asa Tzidyon Shal Tzadik. So Sarah Olam says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, again, it seems like the universe is acting on behalf of the Tzadik. Let's Sabas Kova Amra, Razi Li, Razi Li. So we'll say, so Sarah Olam says to Baruch Hu, so big Tzidyon Mashiach. Now the person said Shira on his behalf. Like he didn't say Shira, he said Shira on his behalf. The Baskel came out and said, Razi Li, Razi Li. The secrets of the world are for me to try. This is a change my mind. And his skill is not going to be Mashiach. Amar Navi. Oili. Ad Masai. So the Navi says, woe to me, right? For how long? Now the Navi now is lamenting that Mashiach has not yet come. So I'm saying, when will Mashiach come? Yaz is a baskova Amra, Bogdim, Bogdu, Ubagad, Bogdim, Ubagad, Bogdim, Bogdu, what is it? I'm never going to be stuck. Ad the Asu, Moses said, until again, literally they're enemies and enemies of enemies. Unfortunately, God himself has to suffer much until Mashiach comes. Masa Doma Eli Korin Nasir, Shomer Mami Lai Abed Yochanan, Osar from Ruchos. Too much. The Malach who's in charge of the winds, his name is Tuma. So the Marshal is got to call Ruchos, it's up to one. So all of the winds come to Tuma. Amrulo, Shomer Ma Milaila, Shomer Ma Milel. So essentially, again, let's say people look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, Sarah Ruchos, Shana Shamos, Nivkados Etzlo. Bahinu Masa Duma Kach Amar Tuma Eli. So interesting enough, Rashi understands that Ruach over here is not wind, but instead Ruach is Shamas. This is the Malach who's in charge of all of the Shamas. So everyone comes to this Malach and asks him, Shomer Mamilel, not Dabar, Masai Kitzak Ula Malal Hilel Zak. When is Kula going to come? It's incredible, by the way, to see what the Gemara is highlighting over here. We often think that we are the only mankind, Klal Yisrael, are the only ones constituting for Mashiach. But you begin to see something absolutely amazing. The world wants Mashiach. The world wants Mashiach. Universe wants Mashiach. And everything is coming. So the Gemara says, Amar Shom, Asa Boker V'Gam Laila, Intibayun Bayun Shuv Asai. So what does this mean? So the Shomer says, Asa Boker V'Gam Laila, Intibayun Bayun. So ultimately, again, there's going to be, the Boker will come, the dawn will come, but at the end of the day, only after a great, like Rashi says, Asa Boker V'Tmiya, this one will Kasa B'Ul B'Nachman Amol Asar, Kach Amar Shomer Hashmahu, Asa Boker Kula Taval, V'Gam Laila, Avam Tila Tiyakos, morning will come, but before morning, there will be a great So the Gemara says, Amar Shomer Asa. So it's like two elements. It's interesting. There's many elements to do that. Here, the Malach who's in charge of the Neshama says, was the front waiting for it? Remember what he wants?
Yo.
Us to want it.
What up, Jay? Yo, what up, Pimp? How are you?
Yo, Rabbi, bro.
How you living, big dog? Jay, can you hear me?
Rabbi, why do you like sit in a bed all day?
Why not, baby? I do it for world peace.
Do it for world peace?
Yeah, dog. I stream my life 24 hours a day.
But dude, like, isn't that kind of sad?
No, not at all. I mean, tons of people. I have 2,000 people in my Discord. How many do you have in yours?
I have 3K.
That's really good, dude. How'd you get 3K?
Invited people to TikTok.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really good, man. How'd you find out about me, Jay?
Well, someone told me that there's like this guy living on Discord, so I was like, oh, cool.
Absolutely. Okay, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask you, show Big Brother.
I have not seen that movie.
Okay, that's cool. It's basically a story of a person whose entire life, as is mine. If you didn't know, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So, Jay, that may make me a very influential person someday. And if I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent, make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I want to make sure that you have the ability. How does that sound?
So, president or something?
No, I don't want to be president. I actually try to stay apolitical.
So, how is this world peace working by you streaming all day?
Absolutely. So, firstly, it shows the world that we're all not that different. No matter what your race, gender, creed, we're all the same. 99.9% of all people. And we do basically the same things. And we enjoy the same things. We enjoy laughing. We enjoy making friends. We enjoy traveling. We enjoy learning, education. These are all things that human beings have that we have in common. Now, additionally, I talk about things to change the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, pumping earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. All of these ideas will change the world when people find out about them.
Dude, but so how is this cannot end world hunger though? Like, I don't think this is really. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, well, we've already built wells in developing nations, so that's something that we've done to actually help end world thirst.
Yeah, but what is the point of you streaming though? How is that ending? That's not ending world hunger though. That's just you streaming.
Well, the types of technology that I just mentioned, most of them you probably haven't heard of, and most of them the world hasn't heard of. But there are opportunities for the world to be able to utilize technology to solve its own problems. I talk about other things that are very interesting to people, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. All right, Jay.
We'll say first white lines at the it's the whitest line. It was embarrassing for the CEO that he did not say Shira until the earth came along and said Shira. שנאמר, בכנף הארץ מירו שמענו תפילה צדיק. Don't say whatever I told her. The Yomer Yisro, so we'll say other examples of situations where Klal Yisrael did not say Shira until someone else reminded us to do it. The Yomer Yisro, Baruch Hashem Shalitza says, blessed is God, saved through Klal Yisrael. So the time we should have the Kabbis, Knagu, the Moshe, Shishim, Vivon, Shalom, Amru, Baruch, Ad Sheba Yisrael, Amru, Baruch Hashem. It was embarrassing for Moshe and Klal Yisrael. They didn't say Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along and said, now again, remember, Moshe and Klal Yisrael said Shira, as Yashem, Moshe and Israel, but no one used the formulation of Baruch Hashem until Yisrael came along. And it was embarrassing that Yisrael was the innovator of this, not Klal Yisrael. Vayichad Yisrael, so it's interesting enough, Vayichad, what does that mean? Rav Shmuel, Rav Amar, Shehever Cherev Chada Al Basara. Circumcised himself. Yisrael was so impressed with someone like Klal Yisrael, older generation. That's why he gave him some first meal. Shmuel says, "Shenasa chadudim kol basari." We got goosebumps. Why? So it says, someone said, it's interesting that goosebumps are understood. The Yisrael was overwhelmed by what happened to Mitzrayim. And again, as much as he was awed by what his brother did, he was a member of the Ummah Solomon. He was a member of the nations of the world. He was very overwhelmed by what he saw happen to Mars. We see from the Hungarian issue, Yura as a Sarah relatives. Very important. These are converts. Do not disparage Gentiles up to 10 generations. It's just such a fascinating idea. On one hand, when someone converts, what does it say? Gershon is guy traditional, not dummy. You're a new person. It's true that he's a new person. Let's say it's fascinating. Just because I'm a new person doesn't mean I don't have a past. Doesn't mean I don't have a past, which is a sense of the contradictory. The only people who live in a sort of contradictions. The Gemara says, be sensitive to the fact that what you say about Gentiles in front of converts. Because at the end of the day, a person came from that world. So if you're disparaging of that world, that person is going to feel like he said, Yisrael, remember again, Yisrael left everything. Now it's going to call Yisrael. Because again, circumcised all these things. But at the end of the day, that's the world he came from. And because of that, there was a sensitivity there. The Gemara says, be cognizant of that sensitivity. Fascinating. The Gemara says, "Lachei shalach Adon Hashem tzvakos v'nishmar v'azon, man b'shar v'azon, Amar Kashbaruch Hu, Yavos Hiskiyahu sheyish lo shmona shemos, v'yifra misancher sheyish lo shmona shemos." Like Hiskiyahu will say. Remember, there's a lot of allusions. We're going to see more over here. Sancher Hiskiyahu. So let Hiskiyahu, who has 8 names, let him come and conquer. Let us say overcome for exact punishment from Sancheriv who has 8 names. So we're just going to the names. Hiskiyahu Ksiv, Yeled, Yulad Nanu, Ben Nitrin Nanu, Rati, Hamishra Al Shifmo, Vayikra Shmo, Pelioes, El Gibor, Abiad, Sak Shalom, okay, what about his actual name, Hiskiyahu? First one is interestingly enough, Hiskiyahu might not have been his real name, might have been a descriptive name, Shechasku Ka. Hiskiyahu really just a descriptive name, but his mother gave him his name. Never after. Hiskiyahu Shma. Hiskiyahu, Shechizek is Israel being Shema. So let's say other possibilities. Once again, Hiskiyahu is very a descriptive name. I rise above Hiskiyahu, ultimately because he strengthened the bond between God Israel and the Hashmach. We'll see more about that in just a little bit. Sancheriv, what is Sancheriv? All Sancheriv names. It's the day, Tiglas, Kaleser, Glaneser, Shalmaneser, Pul, Sargon, Asanpar, Velva, Yekira. Okay, I agree. Sancheriv. What about Sancheriv? In other words, that first where it says no, also that's descriptive. He was a Shesi Chasso Riv. So he's very quarrelsome in the way that he spoke. Sancheriv was going to see spoken quarrelsome. His knees started clapping now. That literally again, he spoke and he was about Kodesh Baruch Hu. Very incredible. So what's already over with famous also actually Santa Rabba Viyakira. So here's what's interesting. So if you look at some of these names, some pretty significant titles. This Asakya Kira. So leaving aside Asakya right now, remember Sancheriv, so much destruction, but yet he never spoke disparagingly about Eretz Yisrael. Shneimar, Hashbo'i Lakachti Eskan Al Eretz Ka'artzichem. So I'll say this is incredible. Sancheriv, he was exiling Jews. What did he say to the Jews? I'm going to take you to a land that is like your land. It's better than your land. He says, how he spoke about Eretz Yisrael. So Rabbi Shmuel says, so one says that Sancheriv was very wise. One says that he was very foolish. How so? The man of according to the one who said that he was a smart king, so as I said, ultimately the one who says he was a smart king is because so Sancheriv knew if you would tell the Jews I'm taking you to a better land, there's nothing better than Eretz Yisrael. And they would dismiss his words as just being foolish. Like Madar Melech Tibei Shaya, so therefore the purpose is not take you to a land like your land. Madar Melech Tibei Shaya, the Bima says this was a foolish king. Yeah, we don't do Adif Me'arai, I'm sorry, Madar Melech Tibei Shaya, in came my Rabbi. One who says that he was foolish is apparently essentially he was trying to get the buy-in of the Jews. So if you're going to get their mindful location to tell them that they're being moved to a similar type of land, why would they buy into that? You should have told them it's better, and they would have more readily bought into it. Okay, in Gemara says, where do you suppose it's so going to how incredible this is? Right, so Sancheriv is talking earnestly by Baruch Hu. Why? Because he did not speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael.
Yo, what up? Hello.
Such an incredible idea. So was like,
Yo, are you gonna talk? Yo, can you hear me? What up? How are you?
What are you?
What are you talking about? How are you?
Good, how are you?
Well, what's new?
What is what?
What's new? Jay, you're the same person who was in here earlier.
Maybe.
Okay, cool, man.
Unfortunately, as much as Sanhedrin members spoke negatively
Old enough, dog.
probably so did speak negatively about Eretz Yisrael. When they came to this place called
Well, I gave you an opportunity. You left. That's on you.
Wait, what did you say?
I gave you an opportunity. You left. That's on you. To be able to talk with me.
When they came to a place called they said this is twice as good as Eretz Yisrael. So unfortunately, we'll say we find ourselves in new lands, we deceive ourselves into thinking that we're better than Eretz Yisrael. Not that it's okay, not that it's maybe just as nice, but they think that even Chas v'Shalom somehow is even better than Eretz Yisrael. So again, something to be learned from everyone, even ourselves. Really always careful about how we spoke about the same thing, or how we spoke just about the land. It's incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. The Gemara says, that's good. Good. So the Pesachas Kivodo, Kod Ki Kod Tachas Kivodo Mamish. Rashi says it here. Tachas Mamish Shakuf kindly. This is talking about again when Sanhedrin's army was defeated. So how was Tachas?
Shut up. Blue.
Sanhedrin's army was their bodies. They were killed by having their neshamas incinerated. So the Gemara says, two sides. Like Rabbi Yochanan called his that even in this time of sakana, a person should ensure his language on Azariah, even when going to the furnace, they made sure that they're wearing proper clothing. For clothing is called the thing that gives you honor. How you dress says a lot about the person you are. And how you dress for certain things ultimately telegraphs a message about the importance that you ascribe to that particular event. So as I said, for your clothing, your clothing is what gives you honor. So just like on the death of Aaron's son, the death of Aaron's sons, so remember again, the fire came in, incinerated their neshamas, but their bodies were intact. So too when Sanhedrin's army was killed, their neshamas were incinerated, but their bodies remained intact. So whereas Moshe said, Paro, Shechirei Ba'atzmo, Nifrak Mishpach, this is incredible. Paro, who literally again blasphemed Hashem himself like this. Paro says, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Tola. So Paro himself, who blasphemed, his punishment, Shechir, goes to Amud Beis, Sanhedrin Shechir, Ayidei Shaliach, and Sanhedrin ultimately again, kind of Shaliach, HaKadosh Baruch Hu Nifrak Mimenu, Ayidei Shaliach. So ultimately again, so HaKadosh Baruch Hu exacted punishment from him through a Shaliach. And this was the verse, and it says, Paro could sit there, Mi Hashem Asher Eshma B'Tola. So Paro says, who is Hashem? So Paro directly blasphemes, who is Hashem that I should listen to? Nifrak and Baruch Hu going to be asked. So exact punishment from him himself. Sit, Vaynar Hashem Esmai Yisrael Hayam. Hashem himself stirred the water to go. Sit, Barachta Bayam Susafa. Sanhedrin gets sick, V'yad Malachacha Charach Hashem. So ultimately again, V'yad Malachacha, V'yad Malachacha Charach Hashem. So ultimately again, Sanhedrin says, in the hands of kings is the degradation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So Nifrak comes to again, Sanhedrin doesn't say straight down a statement of blasphemy, but rather again it says kind of indirectly. So therefore again, Gemara says, we're going to Ayidei Shaliach. The trial exactly is punishment for him through Shaliach as well. Sit. Vayetze Malach Hashem Vayat V'Machane Ashornea Shmoni V'Chamishi Malach. So it says, remember again, this was just, this is like the incredible story where Hizkiyahu essentially said, for Christ was on Sunday. So it's the famous story of Hizkiyahu going to sleep at night. I'm going to go to sleep. And you do you miraculously that night, 185,000 soldiers died in their sleep. Just died. So that, if you notice, the Lashon over here is Vayetze Malach Hashem. It's also not the trial of Kiriach, he did it himself, but ultimately, again, this was Malach for the army. Represent the Malach. Why? Rashi says over here, Barak Yitzhak Yishaya, this is Malach Yitzhak in the Russian. Barak Yitzhak Yishaya. So one talks about the dwelling of Hashem. Alicia, I don't know what that. Rash Isa. Hashem. Amar Eli. Allah Allah says. So it says. Fascinating. To go and destroy this. He thought that this was a divinely orchestrated message. Rashi says, so again, before we get Rashi, so here it says, we can march against Yerushalayim without explicit instructions from God. Hashem Alei Ala Aretz Hazot V'Shisa. Hashem said to me, which is pretty wild. So Sancheriah is essentially saying by the word of God. So my question is, what is talking about? Which is Sancheriah, which is Sancheriah. It's very so it really is a showing up in the yeah, I see that as me, I hope in the outline. And instead, they have gone ahead and brought some better knowledge.
You're switching, Jing.
We have no idea what it's talking about. So what is this? So the Gemara says, my comment. So the Gemara says, because I'm not thinking about who's at least nothing. So this nation has forsaken these right? This nation has forsaken Malchus based on it. That are trying to speak to them softly, the way the Shiloh warriors tried. Shiloh was like, comes with so this nation, this Malchus based on it, will govern them and will protect them and they do that all that. Right? They're forsaken that. It was like true corruption beside the knowledge. And instead, ultimately, again, they go ahead and they go to the church. Right? They go ahead and they go essentially to our Israel. I don't know if you're going to mind it. So Sancheriah, here is the Navi to cloud himself fast. And he goes, again, Christ was not doing the right thing. Obviously, again, it's time to use that which they hold most to. It's because, all right, so זה בארץ השם בבית רשע, ולא בצדיק יבורך. בארץ השם בבית רשע, what does it mean again? That ultimately the person Hashem is on the host of the Rashad. זה Tekach Beremayo, supposed to be that way. Tekach Beremayo was the king of Malchus Yisrael. And he was king of Malchus Yisrael. He was a Russian. See how is he such a Russian? Again, 40 again, pigeon
Go to Indochina. Is that a website? No one knows. Go to Indochina.
To make God in my image. Avodas Hashem is make myself in God. What is
Indochino. Go to Indochino. Damn. These are nice. Go to indexedit.com.
How does Avodah Zarah work? This is how it works. Someone needs this information. If you want to start your own idolatry, right? Step one. Write down all the stuff you really want to do. Okay? Then make a new system of theology that allows for all of that. Right? So all the stuff you want to do, suddenly you're going to so, like all the stuff that you really don't care about doing, so all the stuff you really want to know, you want to rise, you want to turn, you want to look like that, because all of the mitzvahs, right? That's Avodah Zarah. That's Avodah Zarah. So wherever you see Avodah Zarah, you see a heightened form of humanistic living. That's all about. It's actually never about mythology. It's really never about mythology. It's about that.Ishmael has very high expectations of us. And therefore he tells us we can't do all of that stuff. Why? To hold us to a high standard. Avodah Zarah is but I want to do that stuff. So create a new system of theology in order to allow all of that to occur. So Tekach Beremayo is eating all these pigeons, but he can't be satiated. Why? Because he's only Avodah Zarah. Only Avodah Zarah. It's incredible. What was this girl's meal? This girl eat a little bit of vegetables and he was a king. He was a king. He had anything he wanted, but he didn't eat a lot. He did not do that. It also says that sometimes when we become a little bit too wrapped up in material, that we need that our relationship might not be as it should. Remember, all of us have a void. We have an emptiness in life. We're always trying to fill it. The issue just is if I have a relationship with that most powerful, then I'm filling it with the right things. If I don't know what's powerful, then I'm filling it with all the wrong things. So the one goes back to the words of the thing. It's not a hush. So again, because of how it's so good.
Dog, I had this dream of us selling fruit, and everybody came in. Every fruit had like a different thing. Like all these milks would come in, and they'd be like, "I want a pineapple." I'd be like, "Okay," and then you could like fuck them in the parking lot. It was a wild dream. I was like, I remember how I got the job. There was this person who used to work for me, or I was their manager. They were like, "Yeah, you just work here, man," and like basically like most come up and they'll just have a fruit, and you can just like check them out, and then like they'll give you their number, and you fuck job ever. But I never got to fuck any of them because I was every time I tried to sell, every time I sold shit, I'd be like, "Okay, here's a pineapple." Or whatever. Then these bitches would. Then the fucking owner of the business would be like, "If you leave the stand, you lose the job." And I'm like, "Oh, this is the best job in the world." But anyway, and then there's this one lady who kept coming back in and is like, "You can just fuck me here." And I'm like, "Well, then I'll lose my job." So I was a very loyal employee, and I just fucking sold fruit. Bitches wanted to fuck. Listen.
Cannot go ahead with the Anahayik, so the tired nation. Was it the tired nation? It's just we're the tired nation. But interestingly enough, not tired because of suffering, tired because we toil and we're constantly building a So ultimately, again, the nation that's tired cannot be handed over in the hands of an enemy. The Gemara says, "My case harishon hakel artzas u'im ba'artzah naftali ba'achon nichbid derech hayam ere aydin kol hagayim lo karishonin shekilam alein al Torah." So ultimately, again, we are not like the early ones. This refers to Malchus Yisrael, who threw off from them the yoke of Torah.
Boring.
So we'll say this is fascinating. So Sanheriv,
Piggly
you
Wiggly.
have control over Malchus Yisrael.
Morning
Why?
inspection.
Because Malchus Yisrael threw off the yoke of Torah. You have a lack of divine protection, but you have no control ultimately again over Malchus. Because
Bitches. Looking hot at the Piggly Wiggly.
So if you turn back, right, and you don't go to war against Malchus, you'll be fine. If not, ultimately, again, it will turn you into a degradation amongst the nations. Right? Rashi says over here, you'll become a this to Sanheriv. So it's interesting enough, Sanheriv did have a divine mission by the 10 tribes of Malchus Yisrael. But his mistake was going after Malchus Yehuda, was going after the base of Mikdash, going after Yerushalayim. So the Gemara goes like that. So Acharei Hadvarim, Va'emas Elabas Acher Melech Ashur, Va'yavon Yehuda, Va'yichan ala Arim HaBetzuros, Va'yomer L'Ka'am Elav. So ultimately, again, Sanheriv makes the mistake, and he goes ahead and he marches on Yerushalayim. So the Gemara says, Hi Rishna, L'Hai Parnasha. Rashi says over here,
Land that bitch.
Why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? Right after all, again, Chizkiyahu was a big tzaddik. So why was Chizkiyahu deserving of this? In other words, we'll say, as much as
Yo, what up, Chewy?
There's a lot of anxiety.
Chewy.
So Chizkiyahu was such a tzaddik.
Can you hear me, big dog? How you living, Pimp? How'd you find out about me, Chewy? Yeah, I figured that. I think I remember you. But how did you find out about me? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Very well. All right. What's new with those servers? Okay. Yeah. I'm in agreement with you on that. That FAG one, I met the owner of it, and he said I could stream in there all I wanted, which he was absolutely right. I could. But the people in there were so toxic that I didn't really want to interact with any of them. Yeah, I did my best to be as nice to them as possible, and I did talk with them. All right, well, should we go pound sand, dog? That's just how it goes, baby.
Why did he deserve to have this fear of Sanheriv marching against him?
I'm so pissed over this fucking Ashton Janchi trade. Of course, he gets fucking 33 points. Fuck this shit. And then Lamar Jackson gets injured in the same fucking week. I should never sleep. Worst stream ever. Pissed. I'm still pissed about last year. I look and I'm like 33 points. Fuck.
But don't worry, because you're going to be successful. What is Chizkiyahu going to say?
Taylor Nation. How about you go fuck yourself? That's not a country. You want to know what is a country?
By bringing Sanheriv against Chizkiyahu, and then by delivering this.
Is Trinidad alone a country, or does it need Tobago? Hotel Tobago. Trinidad. I honestly don't like countries that have an and in it. It sucks. Larger than two major islands that make a Trinidad. They should be independent. Dog, are you gonna fucking relax, man? Look at this athleticism. Dude, I fucking love the Harlem Globetrotters. Best shit ever. Okay, real quick. This basketball that I got there, I wanted a basketball. All these kids at basketball. My parents took me to the Harlem Globetrotters. I was so fucking excited. So excited. They're doing the thing. You got Metal Art Lemon there, who I thought was better than Michael Jordan, which maybe. And I'm like, oh, Dad, can I get a basketball? He's like, no. Why? Because we never, ever, ever, really ever got shit at stuff. Why? Because it's expensive. And I'm like, fuck. And these motherfuckers are spending the I want a fucking basketball. All these kids, they got basketballs. They're bouncing them all around and having a good time. And I'm like, man. And I don't know. As the game is ending, my dad goes to the bathroom or something, and I'm just sitting there watching these motherfuckers spin the basketballs. And he sits back down, and then I see him reach under his chair and plants a fucking basketball in my chest. And I used this basketball for years. I used it so that all the rubber had like worn off of it. It was a good basketball, a very good basketball. I used this basketball so much, and it was so exciting. I was so happy to have this basketball. Anyway, shout out to the Harlem Globetrotters. Sick! Look at this athleticism.
Don't worry, everything's going to be okay. And the yoke of Sancheriv will be lifted upon you with Nate Shema. Shema. When I say Shema, means literally means oil. What's the oil? It's already like nothing. Chovel Olsha Sancheriv, Nate Shema Shema. Literally, again, the yoke of Sancheriv was lifted upon him because of the oil of his skill. That's the oil of his skill. It is constant oil, constant light, constant light, oil represents light. Constant light burning in the body of the all over Malchus. No asa. What did his skill do? No asa. Stand with this sword. Not this sword. I wasn't. What is this? So you can kill people. No, it's figurative. Trying to tell Klal Yisrael what's the following idea. Torah is not a recreational pursuit. Torah is life. And if you don't have it, then you won't have life. That's what he was saying. It was like sometimes we look at Torah, oh, it's Torah, it's very nice, it's beautiful. He points out, which he says, he always intrigued him how people fall asleep during the drasha. He says, imagine, like you're lost in a bad neighborhood. Those are these are the days. This is a drasha. And the guy's giving you direction. Can you imagine the more direction you're like this? He says, no, it's not why? Because that's going to save. He says, if you realize that words of Torah literally are life-saving. The words of Torah are life-saving. Then even you're not off. Sometimes that's right? It's not everybody is an orator. Okay, fair.
They would go out and spread out. First, they would stay 3 feet from the mob, and they would watch he would kill the father. Oh, samurai would kill him. So I want you to do this during the week. Just stretch out your joints and get your legs thinner. And I was doing, I would go outside and they'd all be there. And I'd watch them. And, you know, at one point there was 6-8 weeks out of them. I'm gonna fuck them out of that dairy. But I can see that
Look at this. I thought this was.
when they were living, they went straight. Not Superman. He'd go on the fucking roof of the building. He'd get on the roof of the building. He was all slightly way ahead of the other 3 fuckers. And there was a boy. And he was crazy. But not crazy as fucking fight with a possum. He's gonna fight for a raccoon or a skunk. That was raccoons back then. Fucking run down with a fucking stick and a shovel. It was something happened on Monday. I got home. It was telling me that the cats were sick outside. That they weren't the same as they were. She was especially that fucking super bad. I know for a fact something's wrong with her. Because that motherfucker in 2 days. So she hunted those cats down and tried to save their lives and give them vitamins. She days later, they were back there every day feeding them the cats with milk from a bottle. It was just surreal. It was like everything that had died down and we had those last 4. And then we brought up the 2 more cats super bad. And then we gave the sisters away. 3 weeks. Lulu and Eve were gone. And the girl called. She goes, I can't take them. They're gonna kill my cat. They were kittens, but they were that blood was in them. The cat was giving them shit. These 2 girls were going, really? And when they started circling the cat, Evie's not. Evie moves as fast as a fucking snake, and she'll take a chunk out of your arm. You gotta really watch Evie. That's why Evie don't come out. Evie knows that she's badass. So she does. I saw Dimmy, and she ran out of that hole and smacked Dimmy that foot. Dimmy didn't know what had happened. He just ran away, and she went right back to her hole like nothing fucking happened. Oh my god, the 2 girls, Lulu and Evie. Nope, Lulu's little old and fat now, so she can't move like she used to. But those 2 girls can ride Evie to this day. I don't put my face by Evie. Really? Yeah, I don't put my face by Evie. The only way I'll put my face by Evie is if she's looking that way and I'm petting from behind and kiss her in the head. If you get Evie riled up, don't move your hand real quick. That hand is history. She'll clock it twice and then bite the fingertip. So you have to get her excited for her to turn, and once she's turning, you go swat twice at it. That's crying. You think you have to know. You have to know this with Evie. Evie doesn't, you've never seen it, really. You've seen them maybe once. I don't want to play with Lulu or Evie. Nah, they don't want to be played with. They don't want to be fucked with. They don't want to be loved. Lulu, I got it. Lulu's my girl. Lulu, I love her. She's my princess. Really? Oh, I was playing with her when I started bleeding from my nose this afternoon. Lulu, you gotta warm her up and then she'll play with you. She's the cutest cat I've ever seen at that age. Her face is just, I've never seen a face like that in a cat. When you get her happy, she's meow. Really? She's really cute. And you play with her, you get like a string, and you play with her, like you can play with her for a long time. She's that type of cat, but you gotta be cute. Because she knows I'm Jesus Christ. Right. She'll come over and she'll let me pet her head and rub own thing. And on her own.
Because this is like why I don't have a cat. Like besides the allergies, cats either they hate it or they love me. So like our cats are like the first cats that are like actually enjoyable to be around.
No, they're very enjoyable to be around because that's the love I've given. You follow me, you get what you give in. Right, with anything. And I don't know, at the point when I met Terry, like them, but I would still do the same with a dog. When I had Hercules, I gave that dog.
Now let's be real. I don't necessarily think they know what there's a lot of weird First of all, there was that one guy. So you got this fun. Starts yelling out, did he take his pants down? Austin bombing. See, he called in a for this thing. Right out. So somehow or another, this guy, like the moment someone gets shot, he yells out and says, I did it, takes his pants down, something like that. I don't know exactly what he did. Then, ready for this? He gets arrested.
I had him about a year and a half.
By the way,
So it was legit to me. When I came back from San Francisco. So I was on the
all these different things.
So the whole time I stayed,
I had GPT
for the one day
be involved.
and I didn't know what
This is
I really didn't know what to do.
I just
I didn't know what I argue with.
I'm not saying this guy is an
I was kind of trying to slice apart.
he's professional.
We got a backyard. I enjoyed my time with my son. So I gave George back Sarge.
Because
This guy George,
kid, the guy who has 22-year-old.
Hercules was German Shepherd. He was probably 8 weeks old, but he was all
people who look like that have the capability.
So, the off-season, my wife went back. I went back there.
200 yards from a pro position with a dead-on rifle.
So I had that dog
Dead-on rifle. So you set this rifle, you set your 0 to 200 yards, where you know how
we go back to where the firm
there's not any shot. You don't have to shoot him. You can do it tomorrow. Know what you are experiencing. This is a little bit hard to worry. When you fucking respond, like with the red on the shakes, it takes Floyd all day, and then let it snow, jump snow. It was just like this 4 or 5 weeks. They're my friend Andy Stark. So my girl came back, and we took the dog, and he could show up doing fucking, whatever he said. 200 yards every time. Because it feels insane to me. It seems to. We still haven't figured out whether or not that shock Trump had a sight on it.
I think
We're
it's
sure
really
that
serious.
I don't know if this guy was using iron
We
sights.
talked about it
Your
before.
ER can be shot with
I
iron
don't think I could do that.
sights. Iron sights says you're lining up the
You
back.
know what this age
Thing at the
that
front
you
of the
have
barrel.
right now, you're a couple years away from
Perfectly, and that's how you stay accurate. That is a lot harder to do.
and if that place you attack your career, your life will be a lot clearer. You know, the podcast market. Companies approaching us. just do well back. Or take a shit funny how some little kid was like,
You said, my cousin's wife is this and it makes me sad.
yeah, no, what I act like tomorrow is something to enjoy. Sophistication, like something might show up in the fucking spot. But I think the
narrative is,
you know,
this is his
grandfather. Like I go backyard and I need to do
doesn't have a
so
serial
I'm a little dog. I got a dog, it's a German Shepherd again.
interesting.
Split and say, yeah, don't start from day one. Pick him up when he's 8, get him sent over from Nazi Germany.
Like, that's kind of crazy.
Fuck
Like,
it, give him
is
some
it
mercy
possible
and
that
watch
it
him
got
grow.
to be that accurate?
Just
If you
watch
have a
him grow.
gunsmith and they work on
My
it,
mom
yeah,
used to
it's
get
totally
him.
possible. If you have a really good gunsmith and he essentially, if you like a nostalgia,
It's like driving a car, you can't control him. My big problem with women is crazy.
so if you had a good,
It really is. How little
the bore is good,
they know.
you know,
They
yeah,
know
you
a lot
can
of
see
rules
from
and
his shoot
they
that
all have
for
a
months,
quirk.
for years. Right, John's don't
Right, you know, the way it's
necessarily
so
go
turn the way out.
expired. Right.
Some of
Especially
them
because all the stuff like the trigger and the act stuff is replaceable, so you can just like it's cool. It's great. That's the other thing.
But right
They
now,
said that he tried to disassemble rifles so that you can get it in a backpack and by the way, not gonna fit. Not gonna fit. And then somehow or another,
And it's come upon your family, and I don't know, and part of me is like, I don't know, like my mom,
that's not a machine that's out. And then he's supposed to get his stupid fucking backpack.
I know
It's
you
literally,
get one, but
it makes no sense.
it's still a little bit weird. And I,
This is just a narrative, right? Watch a guy jump off the roof and
like it seems like
supposed
it is
to
setting
find
yourself up for sadness. But
so if you can have a guy that's in the audience that's yelling, I shot him, now shoot me, I shot him, now shoot me, and then you find this rifle and they say, oh, you assembled it, you reassembled it, like, okay,
he might last.
that's
You're all fucking move on. There's something that you know, for the last month, you seem a little stressed out.
you're telling me
I was a little upset about the live nation experience, but the guy first of all, that was to come like that. I called Frank last week, but Frank come over where he's sitting in those rooms. I would never bother Germany because it's the elevator company.
So
And he goes, what's up? I go, I'm having a hard time with the Wednesday. He come over and he jumps down 14 feet. And for some reason, I broke down right there.
there's a video of him jumping. So this guy, whoever it is, jumps off of the roof and lands, whether or not he's even the guy who shot him. Maybe he thought he was going to shoot him. Maybe he's a patsy. Maybe he didn't. Did you see the video? Did you see the whole investigating on his Facebook?
No matter how horrific it is,
You see that, Jamie?
for some people, it takes a little bit about it. But very tripped out died. My wife and I were having a conversation. That fucking alley really misses me out. My wife
Here's
said,
the
I
thing,
know for a
just like I
fact.
was talking about when
She
people
changed as soon as we got done. She got
it's all
really sad
part
because
of the plan. If
we
you
brought Allie in. She was a fucking kid.
so
She
that
looked
gets
at
us
us like
it's
sometimes even catfish to a little cat though. She follows the dollar thing.
that
If
anyone
anyone thought that one
is going to
time.
solve anything.
And the
You
guy
got a
was like,
bunch
what's
of
going on? He was like a
bunch
foreign
of other wacky shit that doesn't make any sense, and you spam it out there at the same time. You believe you're gone. You did
That was fucking man.
How we know it is.
He's 20
You do a
fucking
bunch of
pounds.
shit
She's
like
like,
that. You get some
I worked it, but she
you
follows
get
the
some
Allie
kid
Chris.
who has boyfriend's a furry,
When
and
she
you
died,
talk to him on Discord.
that was weird.
Is that not disrespectful?
That's
That's
my friend. way they jack it off, makes it notes, whatever.
ecosystem.
It's supposed to go right back in the way.
I think it's a mix of a few things.
And they disappear.
I think it's
Sometimes they hang all night, sometimes they hang for fucking 10 minutes.
you can see what is
It's so evil. You cannot describe words. You can't compare it
to
a snake hobby. It's
some people
that,
do, but it is really difficult to find
it's like
actually
make
okay
fun of
with
it.
that. It's been going on for
Because sometimes I don't understand it, but I do understand the service better.
the second thing is just that like
I just don't understand where everyone's from playing this fucking like my world.
so freaking
But I do understand the concept
see
that
it.
an animal
It's
gives a
a
human
generation
being.
young
I
people
have
see
vice
it.
versa.
It's
I
like
really
impossible
understand it. I've
for
seen
them
it.
to see it.
I believe in it. I
You
know
know,
it's
it's just
time
too
to see it.
weird.
I'm having a rough day.
Yeah, like
And
this
without
is
even
the
knowing,
idea that
they jump on me and I'm on the phone and somebody wants me to
the
email
idea
them.
that it's just
So as I
accepted
go to
as
get up, I'm about to push the camera.
the politicians for your country,
This motherfucker knows what I'm going through today.
this other country,
Haven't they like stopped you from passing that before?
They stop you from passing out. They stop you from cursing out a motherfucker.
no, you're
You know, they really do. They're common. This test is some reason.
let's go kill this there.
And I didn't. I don't want people to think that this research is going like that. It's all
I don't know exactly. It's still that is a weird thing.
I had a $12 fucking extra toast.
Finland against
So, you know,
World War II, you'd be like, well, Finland's a cool country. I got nothing against them. What are you talking about?
like, you know
That's how
what?
Israel's doing.
Don't get a
And it's happening
so you better fucking get your head down. And once you got that, let's just give a fucking relationship to it. This is it. And first of all, cola, whatever the fuck I make, because this is great. You get some ice cream, whatever. Some milk is on one of those motherfuckers. Yeah.
I was going through the old Man Flavorful videos. We had some where you were giving Finny ham, and I forgot what the first like Man Flavorful we did. You know, like, Finny, what are you doing? Man, I was zooming me right away.
Oh my gosh, get pissed. Fucking run out of that room and they come back with it. It's like, well,
It's yeah, I had my fucking. I think that was the only time I've ever cried in front of all of them. To be
Let's go somewhere and just ride a horse. They on a horse, yeah. Fucking horse that don't run races well. That motherfucking horse will like be smoke a fucking dope. Put that fucking hard hat on, those little horse boots. And they go for a fucking, they know how to make the shows or whatever. But they know exactly where to go and they take a fucking 3 or 4 hour horse ride. It's like, great on your horse, but he stops, he jumps up and does that.
people take a lot of pride in it because they go and they look at clean clothes.
This. When you get those guys on pay, like with that fucking moron brushing his horse, you should hire somebody. But no, you don't hire nobody for that. You can't hire somebody for that. Fucking boudoir. If you hire somebody, which I love brushing my cats.
You do it like every day now.
Yeah. I have to do it. I brush every day. They get stimulated, yeah, they fucking, and then you pat them with your hand and both, you know, to give them love with the hand to control them. And I give them the brush. It's really interesting how it breathes. I fucking learned it by doing it. By seeing what it did, how it calmed them down. It made them feel more, you know, whatever.
At ease, yeah.
At ease. So these little things you just fucking learn by seeing. I'm a fucking cat girl just because I watch my wife. You know, I watch them and I watch, you know, MVEs growing up. I was a dog bro. I had dogs all over. I met my mom fucking bro. I had a fucking dog. With chain
information, and sometimes among people, and so I'm like, I've been thinking about you and your special a lot, just because I got to go to Austin, that was great, and I was like, because you have this, but then you go and you want, like, we open this other gay black group, and then we're talking about how much you love your cats, and I feel like sometimes some people's first impressions of, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe you don't feel that, but
Look, but that's the beauty of it. They gotta look a little deeper. You know, that's the beauty that we all have when we do that fuck up. That's why the meth flavors world. Listen, I can come on here and make a list. Listen, I can come on here and I don't play for people. I don't jump up and down to, right? That's not what I'm talking. That's cool. That's not what they want. Like, from time to time, they type of music to get people riled up. I could be a fucking yes man. You know what I like about cats? They don't come to you when you call them. They have their own world. They will live their life by their rules. A cat. A dog, you walk in and call him home. He jumps on your lap. You know the whole thing. He lays you in the when I'm ready. When I'm ready. Some people can't deal with that disconnection. I can because I'm the same motherfucker. Don't tell me to do something. Let me do it on my own. That's my specialty. You don't have to tell me. I don't want you to fucking tell me. I'll do it on my own. I don't know about that. That's what I love about cats. That mental freedom that I do. You think I wouldn't want a cat? I'm fine. I'm so rock that motherfucking goodness. But I didn't own a cat, motherfucker. And I remember going to homes and people jump on it. They do it super bad. And Harry do now. I would be scared to death. They would go, no. That means he like fuck that fucking bad fucking legs. I hated cats, but it wasn't that you shoot them or run them over with a fucking car. You know, since I was a kid, I go out of the way for squirrels. You know, I don't want to fucking hit a squirrel.
I don't want your cats. I love all your, I don't think it would go a little bit.
Harry would let you pick him up.
Really?
Demi wouldn't. You don't give a fuck. You can pet him right now and let you fuck him in the ass. Allie won't let you pick her up.
I wouldn't even know how to go about it.
Just sneak
I don't want to see this fucking Sharpie commercial ever again.
But it's not like Harry's the one that'll do it the most. He'll let you the most. Harry and Superman will let you the most, but you can't have fear in your hands.
Or, yeah, that's what I have.
It's offensive
have
to me.
fear in your hands, and that's a complete other thing you have to learn over the years. I got bit so much by dogs that I got rid of that fear.
I hate this one,
Got
man.
rid of that fear. Don't get me wrong, when I was coming up here before, the black fucking fighter was outside with that pit bull that looks like a fucking one of those devil dogs that protects the devil. You ever see those dogs that protect Satan? That's what that dog looked like. That dog gets a hold of my fat little fucking thigh. That's over. It's like a Chinese buffet. You want to go to Austin, Texas. You'll leave everything. You'll have fucking oyster bowls, my thigh, you know, but you can't walk in front of them like you're scared. I went right up to the owner and said, how you doing, man? The whole time walking over, I'm shitting my pants. It's just a little area of my body. Not old school. When I was 8, I'd shit my pants when I saw a dog, you know.
Yeah, those kind of dogs can get scared.
Yeah, so you have to control your fear around those motherfuckers the same way I control my fear before I go on stage. It's once you do it one time, you say to yourself, how the fuck did I do it? And then you go, okay, now I got trained when I was probably like 18. My friend Stinky had that motherfucking Coco dog, the German Shepherd. And every time you walked in there, the guy was like fucking Liberace. You know, he'd suck your dick, he'd light your cigarettes. But as soon as you told Coco you gotta go, he'd take a chunk out of your ass.
Really? You have to leave?
Oh my God.
I've never experienced
You
that.
gotta get the dog, put him in the bathroom, you gotta run out of the fucking house. He never really beat you hard, you know, it was just to scare you, not get up.
Did you ever have a dog when you were homeless? Did you have?
No. I was not gonna be one of those guys who was gonna take a fucking dog down a bad street like that, you know.
I didn't know if Hercules.
No.
I know in the divorce. Right.
Yeah, no, Hercules,
Israel has killed 18,000 Palestinians over a year. Time we want to laugh about it.
I'll miss him so much. I just saw him.
Oh, the hotel room was
The hotel room, late night, like 12, watching TV, I'm lights on right, I got glasses on. I can feel when I see one when I walk by, like, what the fuck am I thinking about?
I know you never wanted this with your cat, but you had a cat that wasn't like attached to the group. Would you bring a cat on the road if they let you?
Because I don't want him on the plane. I think that's cool to have. So they do we're gonna fucking play to it. They don't recover from that fucking brain trauma.
Oh yeah.
You know, if I fly 2 hours with a cat, what I hear and what that cat hears is two different noises. She's going to fucking die. He hears the bottom of that plane. That plane is going over.
Yeah.
Think of being at the edge of that plane and being there. It's 3 hours of fucking horror. And in the meanwhile, they're listening to other fucking animals meowing and fucking crying and shit. You know, so I hope. For me, I know people do it. And I see dogs on the other side with people there, and the dogs fly out and they hug the fucking owner. And they go, it's great to see you. Don't ever fucking do that to me again.
Yeah. Well, they're letting some of them play, like, I know for like the service animal thing, but they also don't let them just like dogs, like in the carriers, it's gonna be playing now or no. They have to be service animal.
So the comments that are going on are getting
It's gonna be like pulling that dog. No, fuck, no. We're gonna pull it back and we can't pull out that fucking bag. From the woods to you'll get 6.5 hours. What you gonna do? That dog wants to piss and shit. And the barrel to piss and shit. That dog shit's next to me. I gotta stand for him for a while. You understand me? You do.
Oh yeah.
You know, that dog, that shit's gonna stink. That's why they put those planes down. Because you've never smelled dog shit. Shit on the dog shit on a plane. That's when it gets, it's like Big Macs. Big Mac smell great. You walk by, grab a plane, open up that Big Mac. Want to puke? You want to barf?
I tried to buy it, what is it called? Trail mix on a plane. And I had to close it up bad. And I opened it smell gas. So I can't imagine what the dog is.
Yeah. I got on a plane one time with a dog shit that we got on the plane. Maybe 6 years ago, they had a plane like we were 30 minutes out. We had to walk to another plane. But the whole time was from the fucking, when you come in, we take away the chicken.
Right,
You
yeah.
smell it right there. What's that smell? Like, oh my God, this is kind of walking down. And the dog had gone in, and right where you turn to get on the plane, shit goes straight fucking there. So the plane smelled that way and that way. So there's something about picking it up. It was fucking.
Yeah, well, the dog is the dog's going.
Yeah, really, you're gonna have another breakdown today, cocksucker. When you outside, we're talking about the phone, jumping up and down, talking about the Yankees. Now you gotta have a fucking nervous breakdown. That's what, you know, that really, you gotta think of fucking, think of your star and step roll up. You won't have any bullshit here. Your heart breathing as you pass out. You're gonna wake up in Philadelphia. Where the fuck you go? You have that fear. You don't think that. When they pass out, you're asleep. I have the same feeling.
Oh, you didn't jump out one door. Oh, someone came up. We
got to see all these spooky things and some people, some fucking people know who you were.
Oh yeah, Okie Cookie was like the most exciting person I've ever seen. Her mom was there, her son was there.
Where's
The whole family was great.
Chop Chop Square like?
Karen, it's a fucking lovely
Yeah, I mean,
Texas.
they have
I've
convenience
been
back
thinking a lot about
then.
Texas.
Say you're gonna have the
That's
the hunt thing.
I need to start going to Texas more often. I'm definitely going to Houston. I moved to Dallas, but we go to fucking Dallas and go to Chuck and John.
I mean, until
Some
I
fucking
guess when you
gumbo and
meet him,
some
he's kind of
jambalaya
a
and
nice
shit.
guy, but
Fuck yeah, there used to be a record store there too. And you go in there and any record you needed was right there, man. They also had a fucking ice cream place. They got a Japanese steakhouse. It's a fun fucking 3 days later.
In Dallas?
We back to the Kennedy Suite. The suite where he slept the night before he got shot and shit.
My dad did radio in Dallas. I was like, yeah, he was in his 20s, yeah. It was
Well, way before you.
oh yeah, way before me. He has tacos named after him at the place, and they had it on the radio, so they like named it tacos.
Dallas is a good city also. Dallas is, like I said the other day, there's a lot of great fucking cities in Texas that I went to all of them. My comedy peaked in Texas, man, and they didn't give a fuck. They didn't boo me. They didn't throw shit at me. You know, it's, I don't know if this back pain has been stress or the move or, you know, something that's been on my mind that's been bothering me the last couple of weeks, which I've had a couple of things that have been eating away at me lately, but nothing serious, just, you know, different situations I have to get into. If the situation goes down, I really want it, that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm really happy with me just sitting there doing a podcast. But now, if they offer you this, do I really want to fucking drive to Gower Studios and fucking spoil them? I don't think I can be told what to do anymore. I really can't. I did it for a long time, guys. I did those movies and those TV shows. And I gotta tell you something, I was never one to kiss ass or take pictures or whatever. I talked because you have to be sociable, so I talked to different people, and there's people I really like, and there's people I saw right through, but you listen to them.
Exactly. Well, here's the thing.
Guys, it's completely different than selling the show and owning your own show and having your own show. That was just fucking movie. And, you know, man, when you have the freedom of being a stand-up, you know, like I have the freedom of, I love to shoot a movie or a TV show for 3 weeks, you know, just to get me to love stand-up that much more. And I do stand-up for 6 months, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta write my material. Hey, you wanna do a movie for 6 weeks? Fuck, yeah, it gives me a chance to write the fucking material. And not really give a fuck. That's the system I wanted. But with all the fucking union things and the insurance and all the differences, it's like, you know what, man? They're gonna pay me to be unhappy. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, it sounds like a fucking whiny thing to say, but we've discussed this 1,000 times on this podcast. Like being happy, and that's the most important fucking thing that I'm scared to sign on for something, and after 4 days, I want to shoot myself in the mouth. That's what I'm fucking scared of, to be honest with you.
Doesn't that happen to everyone when they start a new job? I mean, I think that's, and I think what the difference is going to be is when you started 20 years ago.
If you call me tomorrow and go, Joey, I want you to work on something for 1 day, do me a favor, really personal. If I read what you wrote for me, like Mary did, and I can have a good time, get high, go down there, fuck yeah, I'm gonna make those days, I'm like, man, it's saying. But, you know, right, like, you know, a lot of this stuff for me. Gotta be chill, I'm the boss. I can't read that no more. I can't read the fucking I can't read that shit no more. That's what I'm trying to say. After my last 3 fucking television experiences besides Mara, I had not believe one of them.
Really?
It's horrible. Horrible, I gotta be honest with you. People at home are probably gonna try what the fuck experience would be horrible. You would not want to be somewhere that's horrible, okay? When I first got here, I got booked on like a show on NBC that I didn't know what I was doing at all. Guys, you ever walk into something, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You ever walk into something, you really don't fucking know, like where to start. Like I didn't know action. Basketball, I didn't know dick. They made fun of me. Those guys just made fun of me. I didn't know nothing about action. I didn't know about cut. I didn't know nothing. I went to acting class and I got, what was NBC when I was a plumber for 4 episodes. And I gotta tell you something, guys. I didn't know dick about dick. They were telling me to get the mic mark. I didn't know what the
Some rabbits and be like, do it. Be like, what is that from? Do it. Oh, it's from fucking Cosby Show. Fuck Sharpie. I can't believe Ashton Gentry just. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, so what are we doing?
They were so nice, they giggled about it. They thought I was just playing like a goof. I wasn't playing a goof. I really didn't know what the fuck was going on. And once I got nailed there, I went back to acting class and I kind of fucking picked it up a little bit. And you go along the way. And all those experiences were good along the way.
Tina Turner.
While I was shooting, but it didn't matter. It was something I wanted to do. It was something I thought would take me to the next level. The longest shot, I was happy as shit.
What is it?
But the longest shot, I pissed off a lot of people because I took matters into my own hands. What do you mean? I just went straight to Abbott.
Tell the story.
I didn't fuck around with the rest of the mafia. I just went straight to the fucking Godfather.
There was this fucking.
Why am I gonna fuck with all these messages?
Rabbi, tell the story. All right, there was this fucking episode of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where they were singing this slave song. Can we say slave? I think you could still say slave. Anyway. And this is a really like powerful episode. Let me see if I can find it even. It's really powerful. Yeah, here it is. So the mom on the show, who is the superior mom of the show, no offense to the other lady, she's like teaching class. She teaches what do they call these things? They were called back in my day Negro spirituals, but I guess like African American spirituals. And she talks about like well, one of them was Wade in the Water, and I'd never heard the song, and the show wasn't like a show about this kind of topic, but anyway, she teaches them this song, and apparently the song, I don't know if it's just like basically the dogs that would try to find them would not be able to find them as well. When they were hiding in the water. So here we go. What is this bullshit?
These songs can be heard coming from the slave cabins along the route.
She's got a good voice. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Yo, dog. Okay, so I was doing this. I fucking was an only child, and I'd play with my little toys, that which I had, and I was playing on the kitchen floor, and I had like in my mind, like I could create this whole world, and I made this. Is anybody watching this? Anyway, there's like this So we had like it wasn't a tile floor, but it was the most impossible floor to ever keep clean. I don't know why my mother chose this floor. It was so difficult to keep clean. It was just the most difficult fucking kitchen floor to keep clean. No doubt. It was pure white. Oh, fuck. And they had like these little indentations in it that were. It was just the hardest floor to keep clean. But there were like these lines in the tile. It wasn't even like a tile. It was like, I don't know, some kind of like thing that you put down. But it was the hardest floor in the world to keep. The really small white grout. It was like, it wasn't even grout. It was just like it was like a vinyl. Worst floor ever. If you're gonna get it in the future, black and white tile, that's the way to go for your kitchen. But this one was the most difficult fucking tile in the world. I don't know why anyway. So a white fucking floor is so hard to keep clean. Anyway. So my thing was I was sitting on the floor. What the fuck happened there? That was crash. Cool. And I remember what the fuck? They like went out at the same time. I don't want to hear about fucking NFL. It sucks. They were like these tiles. They weren't even tiles, but like I guess they were like laminate tiles or something. Anyway, most difficult fucking floor to ever keep clean. So I was pretending that my guys were like on a boat on a river. And and they were just like, I don't know. I was thinking they were like on like the Mississippi River, and they were just like very much like Huck Finn in it. I don't know. Just like living their lives. And I would like have them like get off on the side and they jump back on the boat. And like I would remember like I was pretending like two of these tiles were the river, and then there was the riverbank. And I'm doing my thing. I don't know how old I am, but I'm just playing with my little army men and like wrestling guys and everything. And my mom is not even watching me. She's watching television. And and I say, how did it's like the phrasing, because I told a little bit of a lie, but maybe not because I'm perfect, but it was like, I don't know, maybe it came on TV, but I think it was Creedence Clearwater Revival, CCR's Rolling Down the River was playing on the TV or something. Something like that happened. Or maybe I was singing it. And sometimes I would just make shit up, like just as a little kid because it was boring. And I say to my mother, did you know that that's a Negro spiritual? My mother, what? And I said, that's a Negro spiritual. And she's like, no, it's not. Creedence Clearwater Revival. Sing that song at the zoo. And I was like, wade in the water? And she's like, wait, what? And I was like, wade in the water. It's a Negro spiritual. And she's like, oh, I thought you were saying rolling down the river. And I remember being like, no, wade in the water. I saw it on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. It was a Negro spiritual. My mom's like, oh, okay. Maybe that is. But rolling down the river is from a band, Creedence Clearwater Revival. So I had I don't know. It had to do with water or rivers or something. And I just kind of was like, well, Tina Turner, when she sang it, she kind of sounded like she's just belting it. Anyway, I'm so pissed about this fucking fantasy football team. I like fell asleep and I'm like, even in bed, I'm like, fuck. Ashton Gentry had 33 fucking points. Are you fucking serious? Do you regret it? Fuck yeah, I regret it. What the fuck was I thinking? But then again, I'm like, well, I probably would have done it again. That motherfucker had 3 touchdowns and they still lost. Anyway, so then earlier on this stream, in the back pages or whatever you want to call them, I did this thing. It is very funny. I remember being so tired. I would fucking drive all over LA, and I like fell asleep at the wheel one time. And fortunately, because of Honda's like auto driving system, though it wasn't a self-driving car or anything like that, it did not kill me. But I fall asleep on camera, and while driving 60 miles an hour on 405 at least, and I could not keep my eyes open. I was so tired. Anyway, it was like around that time, way early. This is like more than 4 years ago. I can't believe I've been doing this stream that long. Anyway, I would always try to start the song. I would be like, Israel, the Rebetza, no, listen to me. If anybody asks you what it was like watching Rabbi's live streams, first you have to know it's the worst stream ever. But then you have to ask them, have you ever heard Tina Turner sing Proud Mary? That's what it is. Have you ever heard the beginning of that song? Because it's just like that. And if you don't understand that, there's the fucking door. Get out of here. Are you fucking serious? This is the worst shit ever. What is this bullshit? You know, every now and then, people want to hear something that's nice and easy. Nope, this isn't it. This isn't it. There's like a certain version that they would play on the radio that would be like, oh yeah, that's it. But that ain't it, baby. You know? Every now and then. No, it's not this. That's not it. I can tell, like, in her voice. What? No. That's not it either. That's not it. Dog, there is one fucking version of this song. No, that's the one that I fucking would say was like, no, it's not it. You know, every now and then, I think you might like to hear something from us. Nice and easy. But there's nothing. You see, we never ever do nothing nice and easy. Boys do it nice and rough. So we're gonna take the beginning of the song and do it easy, but then we're gonna finish rough. This is the way we do Proud Mary. Rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Listen to the story. I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. Never lost 1 minute of sleep. When I was worrying about the way things might have been. The big wheels will keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on burning. And we're rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river. We cleaned a lot of plates in Memphis, and I pumped a lot of tang down in New Orleans. But I never saw the good side of the city until I reached a ride on the riverboat queen. Big wheel keep on turning. Proud Mary keeps on burning. And we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. I left a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. But I never lost 1 minute of sleep when I worried about the way the things might have been. Big wheel keep on turning, oh, baby, keep on burning. And we're rolling, 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 rolling on the river. We're rolling, 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 rolling on the river. Do 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 a lot of places in Memphis, pumped a lot of tame down in New Orleans, but never left the good side of the city till I hit the ride on the riverboat queen. Big wheel keep on turning, turning, Proud Mary keep on burning, burning and rolling, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Down to the river. I bet you're gonna find some people who live. You don't have to worry if you have no money. People on the river are happy to give. Big wheel keep on turning, turning. Proud Mary keep on burning, burning. Rolling, rolling, we're rolling on the river. Yeah, rolling, yeah, rolling on the river. Do 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 do. Dun it dun, dun it dun, dun it dun 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 dun. Rolling, yeah, rolling on the river and rolling, rolling. Rolling on the river, rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. That was live in Europe in 1988. Is that the version? I really think it's a little different. I mean, maybe. Love to every now and then, you might hear something from us. Nice, easy, and see, we never ever do nothing. Nice, easy. We always do it nice and rough. And we can do it in this song and do it easy. But then we're gonna finish it rough. That's how we do Proud Miriam. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on the river. Left a good job and did the city, working for the man every night and day. Never lost a minute of sleep when I was worrying about the way I think might have been. No, the wheel keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on burning. And we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Bring a lot of plates in Memphis, and I pumped a lot of tang down in New Orleans. Never saw the good side of the city until I hitched a ride on the riverboat Queen. Know that we will keep on turning. Proud Mary keep on burning, and we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling, rolling on the river, rolling on the river, we're rolling, 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 yeah, rolling on the river, rolling on the river. Anyway. How do you say Negro spiritual now? That's what it was known as when I was a kid. And not a bad way. It was just like spirituals, also known as Negro spirituals, African American spirituals, Black spirituals, or spiritual music. Okay, so it's known about as that. It's still known as that. It's not seen pejoratively. Anyway, in our house, roll with Proud Mary is it's a spiritual. Is it? Not traditionally. Raiding the Water is. So it goes, wait in the water. Welcome. How are you, Mark? Mark, can you hear me? Mark, do you know English? Can you hear me, big dog? Mark, do you remember that time I asked you how you were doing? Mark. Mark. Mark, do you know Marky Mark and the Flunky Bunch? Well, you should. Fuck you. No one gives a shit about you. You're the worst. No one likes your shit. Markin. Oh, it's Markin. What about Merkins? What is a Merkin, man? I don't know. It's like a fucking to pay for your pubes. Anyway, it's like a thing. Wade in the water, children now. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water. Hey, wade in the water, children now. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Oh, it's God's gonna trouble the water. Hey, wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, it's water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. It's water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, it's water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, it's water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. It's water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. No, why do you end it so awkwardly? Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Anyway, that's our. It was very much like the. What is that Disney cartoon? The Adventures? Lady with the pink hat that's a mouse. And Five Goes West, that's a thing. Moskowitz. God's gonna trouble the water. All right, how many fucking impressions do you think this bitch got? 120. If I have more than 120, that'd be great. 148. Sick. According to Economist Magazine. All right. Worst stream ever. Wade in the water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Wade in the water. Wade in the water, children now. Wade in the water. God's gonna trouble the water. Anyway,
allowable to somebody who's a psychic must have something kind of.
Did you know that that's a Negro spiritual? That's a song by Creedence Clearwater Revival from the 1960s. No. I mean, Wade in the Water. Oh, well, that might be, but Proud Mary is the 1960s. You know that big wheel keep on turning. Proud Mary came in, and we rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling down the river, rolling down the, and we're rolling, rolling, yeah, rolling down the river, rolling down the river. Na 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 a good job in the city, working for the man every night and day. In the sleep, working on the way and things might have been, but keep on turning. My baby keep on burning, and we're rolling, 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 rolling on the working on a man every night and day. Yeah, I lost a minute. I'm working by the way I think about it, man. I don't know, man. We'll keep on turning. Well, what's that? What would be the theme? Back? Is it called back porch music? What's that one song? Let's see if we can get ChatGPT to find this out. If I find, yo, what's that song? It's from like the 1970s. About, there's a lyric in it where it's like a father telling the boyfriend of his daughter, like, don't catch me finding you around my back porch. It was very popular. Sundown by Gordon Lightfoot. That's it. Sundown, you better take care. If I find you been creeping around my back stairs. If they show me a fucking advertisement, I'm gonna be pissed. Back porch music. I can see you lying back in a satin dress in a room where you do what you don't confess. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. She's been looking like a queen in a sailor's dream, and she don't always say what she really means. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. When they sure have a move that a man could make, getting lost in her loving is your first mistake. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sometimes I think it's a sin when I feel like I'm winning when I'm losing again. I can see her looking fast in her faded jeans. She's a hard-loving woman, got me feeling mean. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I get feeling better when I'm feeling no pain. Sundown, you better take care if I find you've been creeping round my back stairs. Sundown, you better take care if I find stairs. Sometimes I think it's a shame when I feel like I'm better and better, losing the pain. Nice, except the lyrics are incorrect at the end. Yeah, that's right, dog. Get that shit right. Fix it. Look at this athleticism. Mr. Crypto Whale followed you. That's a mistake. Look at that athleticism. Did you fucking... Fantasy football team? I'm so pissed. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't want to think about it. It's terrible. It's a real fucking shame. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do 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 ba 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 ba. Oh. Na 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 ba ba. Do 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 ba ba. Do do do. Do do do. Scooby Doo, ba doo ba doo. Ba-doo, ba-doo, boo, boo. Ba-doo, ba-doo, boo, 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 boo. Ba-da, ba-da, wah, 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 ba-da, ma, ma, ba, ba-da, da. Yeah, 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 yeah. Doo, ba-doo, boo, 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 wah, wah. Yeah, 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 yeah. No, we got Bridget Brunson. Why? Because she had shorter hair. Not like real short, but like all her friends had long ponytails. And this girl had short ponytail. Was always really good at soccer, though. Remember that? Right, so what do? You could get your lazy ass up and press those fucking buttons. I'm so pissed at this fantasy football team. They can't even get 100 fucking points. How did Michael Pittman do? Sucks. Pittman did well. David Montgomery sucked. Debo. Fuck. Dude, if I would have made two moves, kept Ashton Gentry and played David Montgomery last week, I'd be undefeated. Sucks. Dude, what if he gets injured though? He would have won the fucking. I'm pissed. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, look at this move. Hey, why can't they just build shit that doesn't crash? I like my fetish is bimble milfs and software that doesn't crash. Those are my fetishes. Anybody wants to know how to get to me, maybe through my stomach, but also that. And chachanis, that's my thing.
So brought to you by MeUndies. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey and check out all their men's and women's underwear and all their
So pissed.
sweatpants, shirts, t-shirts, socks, all their amazing products. Go to MeUndies.com/Joey to get 20% off of your first order or save $8 a pair with the MeUndies subscription plan. And shipping is always free in the US and Canada. MeUndies.com/Joey. I'm slipping.
Take that muley. I'm taking it deeper in the murky waters of three fucking black gay guys that sing the song I Love to Death. Here we go, cocksuckers. If you ever saw the movie FX, this is the closing fucking jam. Who gives a fuck about movies? You got the Church of What's Happening Now. Lisa Yet. Uncle Joey. Oh shit.
WUNC, WUNC.
Oh shit. You haven't heard this in years, have you? I've never heard it.
Dog. Look at this athleticism. Look at this footwork. Look at this move. Look at this move. Sundown, you better take care of your fine. You've been taking my back down. Sometimes I think it's the same. Yeah, I get feeling
What's
like
happening? It's Uncle Joey here. I got a long weekend in New York City, so we did this podcast to keep you going for the second half of the motherfucking week. Still tuned up last night. Tonight's just a mild night, 1,300 milligrams. 22 pockets, you know. Still fucking rough day, and I'm still later. The other night I'm sitting there minding my own business on the couch. And at night,
Yo, dog, you know you've been doing this for 4 fucking years, and you have 0 motherfuckers who watch you?
I went to see some more than Narcos.
You just went back to restart it?
Sundown.
I had no fucking choice. I wanted to see the acting. I wanted to see what I missed. I'm one of those idiots that gets high at night. And I'm on Stars, and I try to watch an episode every night. I'm just sitting there fucking drooling on my shirt. And then I go back and I saw a bunch of things. I saw how Taka grew and all that.
Look at this move.
I'm sitting there.
This athleticism. It's really impressive, damn it.
He's on my legs.
Gotta take a whiz.
He's on my legs, and I'm watching
The whiz kid.
right here on my left-hand
Look at this
side.
footwork.
Reach for me for my shirt. And once he reaches for me, I gotta declaw the shirt and then hug him and play with him. And that's how it goes until he gets sick and tired of fucking being there. He's cool as fuck. You see how he was with his wife that day? Oh yeah, he's cool as fuck. You can't get rid of him. He's like fucking the hermit. You'll never get rid of that motherfucker. In love, which I don't mind, but yeah, you know, he starts on you, then he climbs. If you have a nice shirt, I can't have him sit on you because you'll have 1,000 holes. I look at my shirts and it's a nice fucking $8 fucking shirts, and I got holes in them because he's a nightmare when he jumps on you. He doesn't mean it. He loves you. He really fucking is a loving cat. You know?
Doesn't Harry do that? But he doesn't like your legs.
What are your legs? Harry always fucking jumps and holds on to your legs and pulls himself up like a model Olympus. You know, and the next thing you know, I got 3 little Bruce Lee scars on my fucking leg. And I don't mind. Listen, that's a cost to having fucking cats. So the other night, he starts on your left side, then you move him, and then he fucking climbs on the couch, and then he eagerly creeps up on your shoulder, then he puts his nose on your neck, which again, I can't get mad at him. He's like a dog. Superman's a fucking dog, you know. Superman went from one extreme to the other as an animal. Superman went from had no contact and running outside when the girls were sitting there with young kittens to you can't get rid of him. It was just, he's like the kid in the night. You know, he went in there a nice kid and came out with a tattoo. He's snorting heroin. That's Superman. Right? Not in a bad way. He went from being completely antisocial, just being Superman. Just being fucking Superman. Like, that's why I gave that name, because I wasn't thrilled with him when he lived outside. You know, like, why we went, they were fucking kids. But he was buck wild. They had corners. Their mom was on one side of the fence, and they were tiny babies on the other. And they went, you know, they would go out and spread out. They would stay 3 feet from the mom, then from the mom, then 9 feet from the mom. And as they got older, I'd leave at 6 in the morning, and they'd be sleeping with the mom still. They cuddled up. It was cold out in LA, you know, it was that time of the year. They'd be cuddled up with the mom. They had that little corner. I worried about that. That was the only real litter back there that I got to see from A to Z. For a while there, it was just cats popping up and dying. This was like after a long stretch of no kittens. This was her last litter. And then she had those 4 cats. Okay. After she had had like fucking 6 litters back there. And the females that were growing up, they were having kittens back there. And the whole building was giving away fucking kittens and people coming and getting kittens. And every morning you wake up and they made that kitten when they were young, he would kill the father. Oh, yeah, samurai would kill him. So he could fucking get the mom again, give her a stab. So for some reason, I used to go outside a lot those days. It was 2007. And I I was doing Kempo karate with these dudes, and they would always do forums, and I was 380, and they said to me, listen, man, forget about it. I want you to do this during the week, just stretch out your joints and get your legs thinner, and I was doing these Tai Chi things, these stretches, so I would go outside and they'd all be there, and I'd watch them, and at one point there was 6 or 8 weeks out of lockdown that I was married. I'd like to see that. The rest of them would stay, but we had a barbecue back then. It was community barbecue. It was real clean and shit.
What's that one song? J. Cole.
Where they were living, and that's as far as they would stray. Not super bad. You go on the fucking roof. You get on the roof of the building. He was always like way ahead of the other 3 fucking kids. And there was a boy, and he was crazy, but not as crazy as fucking Superman. So it got to the point where I would go upstairs and worry about the 3 kids. I go, Superman ain't gonna be there in the morning because he's so fucking crazy. He's gonna fight with a possum.
No role models.
He's gonna fight with a raccoon or a skunk. That was raccoons back then.
I love this fucking. I love this song with the birds. Yo, what's up, baby? How you living? What up, Fink? Fink, can you hear me? Fink, you can go fuck yourself and nobody gives a shit about you. Worst person ever. First things first. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one I ever knew. Look at this move. Bitcoin cold. Sick. How many people followed? Let's see. 175,000. Oh, no. What? Let's wait. 175. Account suspended. 179. First things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one I ever knew. I have 4 followers. Cheesehead Club. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. For real. You're the only one I ever knew. Shout out, damn girl, what you yeah.
My wife was telling me that the cats were sick outside. They weren't the same as they were. She was just in that fucking super bed. I know for a fact something's wrong with them because that motherfucker hasn't moved in 2 days. So she hunted those cats down and tried to save their lives and give them vitamins and stuff. It was surreal. The cat she had saved back there was her and a Japanese lady. They were back there every day feeding them the cats with milk from a bottle. It was just surreal. It was and then it died down, and we had those last 4. And then we brought up the 2 boys, and the 1 boy died. And I kept super bad. And then we gave the sisters away. The sisters were gone for 3 weeks. Lulu and Evie were gone. And the girl called. She goes, I can't take them. They're going to kill my cat. They were kids, but that blood was in them. The cat was giving them shit. These 2 girls were going, really? And they started circling, and the cat she had to put them in the bathroom. fuck out of your arm. You gotta really watch Evie. That's why Evie don't come out. Evie knows that she's badass. So she does it. I saw Dimmy fucking around with Superman one day, and she ran out of that hole and smacked Dimmy in the head 4 times. Dimmy didn't know what had happened. He just ran away, and she went right back to a hole like nothing fucking happened. Oh my god. The 2 girls, Lulu and Evie. No, Lulu's a little old and fat now, so she can't move like she used to. But those 2 girls could throw fucking beating on Evie. Till this day, I don't put my face by Evie.
Really?
Yeah, I don't put my face by Evie. The only way I'll put my face by Evie is if she's looking that way and I'm petting her from behind and I kiss her in the head. If you get Evie riled up, don't move your hand real quick. That hand is history. She'll clock you twice and then bite the fingertip. So you have to get her excited for her to turn, and once she's turning, you go back and she'll turn real quick and swat twice at you.
Jesus Christ. That's such like a crazy thing to have to know.
You have to know this with Evie. Evie doesn't, you've never seen it really. You've seen it maybe
I don't
once.
really play with Lulu or Evie.
Nah, they don't want to be played with. They don't want to be fucked with. They don't want to be loved. Lulu, I got it. Lulu's my girl. Lulu, I love her. She's my princess.
Really?
Oh, I was playing with her when I started bleeding from my nose this afternoon. Lulu, you gotta warm her up and then she'll play with you. She's the cutest cat I've ever seen at that age. Her face is just, I've never seen a face like that in a cat when you get her happy. She's meow.
Really? She's really cute.
And you play with her, you get like a string and you play with her, like you can play with her for a long time. She's that type of cat, but Evie, you gotta keep Evie will leave on her own. Because she knows I'm getting pissed off, right? Like she'll say it to herself, like I'm getting pissed off with this motherfucker.
So I'm not gonna leave.
Like if Demi's there and I'm giving Demi love, when she comes up, I gotta drop Demi. She doesn't want no games. She doesn't bother you a lot. She doesn't come out every night, but when she comes out, scram. And when I put him down, as he's leaving, she'll swat at him and shit. He'll look at her like, what the fuck?
Just for being there?
Just for being there, just for fucking principle.
Jesus Christ.
And she'll come over and she'll let me pet her head and rub her thing and call her beautiful, and then I pick her up a little bit. And on her own, she'll just take off, and that's it.
I think this is why cats like get a bad name. Because this is like why I don't have a cat. Like besides the allergies, this is my only experience with cats. Either they hate it or they were mean. So like your cats are like the first cats that are like actually enjoyable to be around.
No, they're very enjoyable to be around because that's the love I've given them. You follow me? You get what you give in with anything.
Right.
With anything. And I don't know, at the point when I met Terry, that cat was what I needed. It's the dumbest fucking thing to talk about, but it really is. It was like I needed something
To take care of.
to fill that void. I don't know, because we hit it off right away, and it got to the point where it slowed me down a little bit. I would come home more in the afternoons instead of staying out till dinner just to play with him, just to brush him and check his teeth, and the whole fucking thing. I liked him. But I would still do the same with a dog. When I had Hercules, I gave that dog all the love in the world I had. I moved to Colorado in '85, and one day I'm sitting in my fucking house, and the door knocks, and it's George Burkle, kid I grew up with. And we had all lived together for a while, and he had this dog, Sarge.
Okay.
He was an Austrian Shepherd. Sarge was fucking the goods. Sarge was the goods. He was just one of those dogs that you lived in Colorado with. So George said, I'm moving to take this job. Take Sarge. Can you take him for me? I said, absolutely. So from maybe October of '85 to maybe January. No, it was a little long. I had him about a year and a half. So it was a little the time I'm off on the time. So what happened? He gave to me when I came back from San Francisco. So that was October of '96, and I took him to Aspen with me. So the whole time I stayed in Aspen, I had him. And one day there was a knock on my door. It's George Burkle. Never called him, and he goes, I need the dog back. And I didn't know what to do. I really didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether I had to argue with him or I was going to keep the dog. My girlfriend at the time was heartbroken. And I was kind of heartbroken because I had this nice apartment. I was living with her. We had a backyard. I enjoyed my time with fucking Sarge. So I gave George back Sarge, and within a week, this guy George Katsakis, this Greek, gave me this dog. Hercules. He was a German Shepherd. He was yours. He was probably 8 weeks old, 9 weeks old, just a little ball of fat. So when he gave it to me, it was the off season. My wife went back, the girlfriend I was dating at the time, went back to Boulder to be with her family for like 3 or 4 weeks. So I had that dog for 4 weeks with no work. There's no work.
Oh, and it's not snowing?
Yeah, this was the end of the season. Everybody goes back to where they're from. Right? Go back home and see their family now. The stores are open. Very limited. Very limited.
You didn't want to go back to Jersey?
No, I had no life in Jersey at that time. The last place I wanted to go was Jersey. I had nothing in Jersey, so I stayed with this fucking puppy, and I used to make vanilla milkshakes. I used to play Pink Floyd with him all day, and then when it was snow, he would shovel snow with me. I mean, it was just like this. Then my girlfriend came back, and we took the dog. We had the dog. The dog was ours from like fucking, whatever, 94.
Fuck. Paula really likes dogs. She really likes, and I love dogs, but that's honestly one thing I'm worried about, is I take it really seriously. Like, we've talked about it before, about the pee pads here, people who just leave their dogs in crates all day. I don't think I could do that.
No. At this age that you have right now, you're a couple of years away from making a move and getting a bigger place. And at that place, you attack your career, and your life will be a lot clearer. The podcast market is growing. Companies are popping up, but companies are approaching us. You see how many approaches we're getting now. People are taking podcasts seriously.
Right, yeah.
So you never know where you might end up. Once you end up somewhere and you got a crib, and you got a yard and a fucking thing, but you know what? What's your future here in LA? Living where you're living with a dog.
What the fuck? Here's that song again.
Put me on YouTube.com/Joey and check out all their men's and women's underwear.
It's gonna
and all
get
their other
stuck
products.
in your head all
This is with the
day.
elevator company. And he goes, "What's up?" I go, "I'm having a hard time. My car lights down. Can you come over and do breakfast?" And for some reason, I broke down right there. I didn't complain too much, just cried on my own. I hung up and I cried more. And I felt a lot better than I came up with that. We all move on. That's no matter how horrific it is. For some people, it takes longer than others. But listen, Fidel died, and my wife and I were having a conversation again. Fidel, that fucking alley really misses Fidel. She goes, "My wife is like, I know for a fact." She changed as soon as Fidel died. She got really sad because we brought Allie in. She was a fucking kid, and she took to Fidel like sometimes a big cat takes to a little cat. No, she followed Fidel everywhere. In fact, people thought about it one time. And Fidel was like, "What's going on, Allie? You came fucking far and tried to make it." My wife was just like, "Crush on Fidel." Fidel is too big for you. Fidel was a fucking animal at the time. He was 20 fucking pounds. She's like, a 9-month kid. But she would follow Fidel everywhere, so when Fidel died, she's, got this weird mental happiness. And some people I find called Gandhi, maybe 4 weeks ago, he told me how the dog my cat died. I was listening to him for 2 months. She used to watch football with me for the last fucking 15 years. It's like a kid, but I'd rather have loved than not loved at all. The thing, I love my animals. I fucking love them. I love my cats. I love coming home at night, the feeling of coming home and vomit. Or some fucking asshole says something to you at the store. Just get in your car. You drive up low, can't get pissed off, and you fucking
204 already? This shit's blowing up, baby.
There's always one of those motherfuckers awake waiting for me. He hears me barking
Down the mobile wash, shut up, I'm not me.
Whatever. I smoke a little bit and I go right back in the living room and there they are. And I put the TV on and I hug them and I kiss them. And they disappear. Sometimes they hang all night, sometimes they hang for fucking 10 minutes. But it's fucking something that you cannot describe, whether it's a cat, a parrot, a snake, however you look at your pet. You know, I make fun of it because sometimes I don't understand it, but I do understand the service pet industry. I just don't understand bringing them on a front plane and fucking with my world. But I do understand the comfort that an animal gives a human being, and vice versa. I really understand it. I've seen it. I believe in it. I know there's times with me when I'm with a rough day, and without even knowing, they jump on me, and I'm on the phone, and somebody wants me to email them. And as I go to get up, I'm about to push the cat up. I go, whoa, look at this motherfucker. This motherfucker knows what I'm going through today.
Haven't they like stopped you from passing out before?
They stop me from passing out. They've stopped me from cursing out a motherfucker. You know, they really do. They're calming. And there's tests. There's some research. And I don't want people to think there's research that states if you own a pet, you live a couple of years longer.
I can see it.
I don't know what the 3 years for dogs or 7 years for dogs, 3 years longer for cats. People who have pets throughout their lives. And I get it. I get that little connection. I get that the feeling of buying your cat a $200 fucking hanging post and going, you deserve this. When I come in, whatever. Sometimes you cook them. They come over and fuck with your world. And you're like, you're not getting none of this. But they're like, you know what? We're not leaving until we get a piece. So you better fucking get your head together. And once you know that, you're like, okay, let me just give them a fucking piece of cheese. They'll disappear.
And they'll stop bothering you.
Tuna, whatever the fuck I'm making. Whipped cream, ice cream. Whatever the fuck there's always one of those motherfuckers that wants a fucking action of what I got.
I was going through the old Matt Flavors World videos, and we had some where you were giving Finney ham. And you just, and I forgot what the first like Matt Flavors World we did. You had Finney, and he was making a meow, like you would talk to when you make a meow, like, Finney, what are you doing? A meow, and then he run away. Oh my gosh,
I get pissed. And he fucking run out of that room, and they come back 3 minutes later. Wow, what are you doing?
It's yeah, I had my dog, and that was the only time I've ever cried in front of Paula, to be honest. And we were in the car, so I don't even know if she saw it. But
you know how many times the people on Saturdays go somewhere and just ride a horse? They own a horse. A fucking horse that don't run in races. Why would I want a fucking horse? When I was 30, I figured out that people like me smoke a fucking doob, put that fucking hard hat on, those little horse boots, and they go for a fucking ride. They know how to ride a horse professionally, not professionally like doing shows or whatever, but they know exactly where to go and they take a fucking 3 or 4 hour horse ride. Can you imagine what that feels like?
great.
On your horse while he's shitting, he stops, he jumps up and does that fucking low range thing.
Horse people take a lot of pride in it because they go and they like clean their hooves.
This is all
It's a big thing.
When you look at those guys on baby, like, look at that fucking moron brushing his horse. You should hire somebody, but no, you don't hire nobody for that. You can't hire somebody for that. You lose the fucking boudoir. If you hire somebody, it's when you brush them. You know how much I love brushing my cats.
You do it like every day, no?
Yes, I have to. I brush every day. Bah, 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 and I have a system so they don't lose their mind because they get over stimulated.
Yeah.
They fucking. So there's a way you brush and then you pat them with your hand and then both. To give them love with the hand to control them. Then I give them the brush, do it again with the hand, then both. It's really interesting. I didn't read this. I fucking learned it by doing. By seeing what it did, how it calmed them down and made them feel more, whatever.
At ease, yeah.
At ease. So these little things you just fucking learn by seeing. I'm a fucking cat bro just because I watch my wife. And I watched that, and I watched, and for years growing up, I was a dog bro. I had dogs all along. To the minute my mom fucking grew. I had a fucking dog. I started with Champion, and then I died with fucking Crystal.
has that negative connotation, and sometimes among people, and so I'm like, I've been thinking about you and your special a lot, just because I got to go to Austin, it was great, and I was like, because you have this reputation, but then you go and you want we went the podcast with some a gay black group, and then we're talking about how much you love your cats, and I feel like sometimes some people's first impressions of you might not be that you love that stuff, and maybe I'm wrong, maybe you don't feel that, but
no, but that's the beauty of it. They gotta look a little deeper. You know, that's the beauty that we all have. We do that fuck up. That's why the Mad Flavors world. Listen, I could come on here and make a list of the things people want to talk about. I could come on here and I know the music that play for people that don't jump up and down to. Right, that's not what I want to do. That they hear all the time. That's cool. That's not what they want to do. I do from time to time in the mornings play that type of music to get people riled up. I can be a fucking yes man. You know what I like about cats? The reason people hate cats, they don't come to you when you call them. They have their own world. They live the fucking life by their rules. A cat.
What's this bullshit?
Call him over, he jumps on your lap. You know the whole thing. He licks you in the face. A cat.
ETH Professor followed me. Sick.
So people can't deal with that disconnection. I can't because I'm
Yo, baby, I don't follow back though. It's just not. It's not my style.
That's my specialty. You don't have to tell me. I don't want you to fucking tell me. I'll do it on my own. I don't ever want you to say, hey, you gotta pay the rent on me. Don't tell me that. I'll do it on my own.
and that's what you love about cats.
That's what I love about cats. That mental freedom, that attitude. Which is what people don't like or respect. They want to command their animal to come and whatever. Cats are completely on their own fucking realm. Do you think I wasn't really, when I liked dogs, I wasn't really a fan of the cat. I didn't hate the cat. I wouldn't light a cat on fire or throw a rock at that motherfucker.
Thank goodness.
But I didn't own a cat. If I went into your house and you had a cat, I avoided that motherfucker. And I remember going to homes and people's cats would jump on and they'd do it super bad. And Harry do now, and I would be scared to death. And they would go, no, that means he likes you. And I would go, what the fuck kind of animal likes you by putting his claws in your fucking leg? Fuck that fucking bat with fucking legs. I hated cats, but it wasn't that. I would shoot him or run him over with a fucking car. You know, since I was a kid, I go out of the way for squirrels. You know, I don't want to fucking hit a squirrel.
I still don't think I would pick up one of your cats. I love all your cats. I don't think it would go. I'm still a little bit.
Harry would let you pick him up.
Really?
Superman will let you fuck him in the ass. He don't give a fuck. You can pet him for an hour and let you fuck him in the ass. Allie won't let you pick her up. None of the girls let you pick him up.
I wouldn't even know how to go about it.
Just sneak up behind Harry. Harry will drop. Just rub him by the stomach. Harry's the one that'll do it the most. He'll let you the most. Harry and Superman will let you the most, but you can't have fear in your hands.
Right, yeah, that's what I have.
You cannot have fear in your hands, and that's a complete other thing you have to learn over the years. I got bit so much by dogs that I got rid of that fear. I mentally fucking got rid of that fear. Don't get me wrong, when I was coming up here before the black pumpkin fighter was outside with that pit bull, it looks like a fucking one of those devil dogs that protects the devil. You ever see those dogs that protect Satan? That's what that dog look like. That dog gets a hold of my fat little fucking thigh. That's over. It's like a Chinese buffet. You wanted to go to Austin, Texas. He'll eat everything. He'll have fucking oyster balls, my thigh, you know, but you can't walk in front of him like you're scared. I went right up to the owner and said, how you doing, man? The whole time walking over, I'm shitting my pants in just a little area of my body. Not old school. When I was 8, I'd shit my pants when I saw a dog, you know?
Yeah, those kind of dogs can get scary.
Yeah, so you have to control your fear around those motherfuckers the same way I gotta control my fear before I go on stage. It's once you do it one time, you say to yourself, how the fuck did I do that? And then you go, okay, now I got trained when I was like 18. My friend Stinky had that motherfucking Coco dog, the German Shepherd. And every time he walked in there, the guy was like fucking Liberace. You know, he'd suck your dick, he'd light your cigarettes. But as soon as you told Coco you gotta go, he'd take a chunk out of your ass.
Really? You didn't need to leave?
Oh my God.
I've never experienced
You
that.
had to get the dog, put him in the bathroom, you gotta run out of the fucking house. be one of those guys that was gonna take a fucking dog down a bad street like that, you know.
I didn't know if Hercules.
No,
In the divorce. Right.
Yeah, no, Hercules lived with me all the way till before I went to New York City. I left Hercules with Danny, and my ex-wife called Danny and said that Joey called you and said for me to come over and pick up the dog. I never told my wife that. And she went over and picked up Hercules, and I never saw Hercules again. Didn't bother me. It was all rolled up in one fucking big ball of fuck you know.
Right, yeah, so you can't really dissect.
I really can't fucking dissect it. But no, I like my pets. The next couple of days when I go home, I'll miss them. I'll miss them so much. Like, I swear I just saw one.
Oh, in the hotel room or
In the
something?
hotel room, late night, like 12, I'm watching TV, I'm relaxing, I'm writing, I got glasses on. I could feel one, like I could see one when I walk by, like, what the fuck am I thinking? I'm not home.
I know you never would this with your cats, but if you had a cat that wasn't like attached to the group, would you bring a cat on the road if they let you?
No. Because I don't want them on a plane. I think that's cruelty to animals what they do under the fucking plane. They don't recover from that fucking brain trauma.
Oh, yeah.
You know, if I fly 2 hours with a cat, what I hear and what that cat hears is two different noises. He thinks he's going to fucking die over that plane. Is that plane ain't going to...
Yeah.
Think of being in the engine of that plane and being in hell. It's 3 hours of fucking horror. And in the meanwhile, they're listening to other fucking animals meowing and woofing and fucking crying and shit. You know, so I hope I can't. For me, I know people do it. And I see dogs on the other side when people are there and the dogs fly out and they hug the fucking owner. And they go, it's great to see you. Don't ever fucking do that to me again.
Yeah. Well, they're letting some on plane, like, I know for like the service animal thing, but they also don't let dogs like in the carriers play now or no? It has to be service animal.
Service animal or in a bag. It's gonna be like Paula's dog. No, but no, in a little bag, and they can't walk out of that fucking bag. So Paul wants to go to New York in 6.5 hours. What's she gonna do? That dog wants to piss his shit.
Yeah,
It's bound to piss his shit. That dog shit's next to me. I gotta stab Paul in a little while. You understand me? And you do.
Oh, yeah.
So, because that dog, that shit's gonna stink. That's why they put those planes down. Because you never smelled dog shit. Dog shit on dog shit's on a plane. That's what it gets. It's like Big Macs. Big Macs smell great when you walk by. Bring that motherfucker on a plane. Open up that Big Mac. You want to puke? You want to barf?
I tried to bring, what is it called? Trail mix on the plane. And I had to close it. I felt bad. And I opened it to smell gas. So I can't imagine what. Have you been on a plane that had a dog shit?
Yeah. And they had to take it down. I got on the plane one time with a dog shit as we got on the plane. Maybe 6 years ago, and they had a plane like we had to go 30 minutes out. We had to walk to another plane. But the whole tongue stood. From the fucking, when you come in, you know, you give the lady the ticket, right? You smelled it right there. And they're like, what's that smell? People are like, oh my God. And then people started walking down, and the dog had gone in, and right where you turn to get on the plane, he stooped right fucking there. So the plane smelled that way and that way.
Oh, no.
So they were talking about picking it up and putting it away, but it was dog. It was brutal. It was fucking brutal.
You can't blame the dog. It doesn't know what's going
Who are you
on.
gonna blame? The fucking person who brought that fucking dog on a fucking plane.
Yeah,
really? You're gonna have a nervous breakdown today, cocksucker? When you were outside, you were talking on the phone, jumping up and down, talking about the Yankees. Now you're gonna have a fucking nervous breakdown. That's what pisses me off. You know, that really, you know, think about it. Like everybody else, I'll give you a star at death. You won't know nothing. You won't have any emotion. The only emotion you have is your heart breathing as you pass out. You're gonna wake up in Philadelphia. Where the fuck are you going? You're gonna go, Jesus Christ, Joey. I need those all the time. But all these guys that have that fear, they don't take Xanax. You know, they pass out, just go to sleep. I have the same fear, but I can't go to sleep. I fell asleep on a plane from Boston the other day.
Really? Oh, yeah, you didn't sleep.
I'm happy you went to Boston.
Oh, it's so much fun.
We got to see Ookie Spooky. You got to meet some people, some new fucking people. People know who you were.
Oh, yeah, Ookie Spooky was like the most excited person I've ever seen. Her mom was there, her son was there. Her whole family was great.
Character I fucking love. We Texas since we came home. That's I need to start going to Texas more often. I'm definitely going to Houston. I booked Dallas tonight. I'm going to go to fucking Dallas and eat some fucking gumbo and some jambalaya and shit. Fuck yeah, there used to be a record store there too. And you go in there, any record you needed was right there, bam. They also had a fucking ice cream place. They got a Japanese steakhouse. It's a fun fucking 3 days. We back to take him to the Kennedy suite. The suite where he slept the night before he got shot and shit.
My dad did radio in Dallas. Yeah, he was in his 20s, yeah. He was
way before you.
Oh yeah, way before me. He has tacos named after him at the place, and it had like monster balls. It was like a joke taco. But he was like on the radio, so they like named it taco.
Dallas is a good city also. Dallas is good. Like I said the other day, there's a lot of great fucking cities in Texas that I went to all of them. My comment came to Texas, man. And they didn't give a fuck. They didn't throw shit at me. You know, it's, I don't know, it's back pain, it's been stress, something that's been on my mind, that's been bothering me the last couple of weeks, which I've had a couple of things that have been eating away at me lately, but nothing serious, just, you know, different situations I have to get into. If this situation goes down, do I really want it? That type of shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm really happy when we just sit there and do a podcast. But now, things are off is where I really want to fucking grind to get out of studios and fucking explode them. And I don't think I can tell them what to do. I really can't. I did it for a long time, guys. I did those movies and those TV shows. And I gotta tell you something else. Never wanted to get sad and take pictures or whatever. I talked because you have to be sociable, so I talked to different people, and there's people I really like, and there's people I saw right through, but you listen to me going, Joey, you fucking retarded.
Exactly, but here's the thing.
Guys, it's a complete different thing than selling the show and owning your own show and having your own show than doing somebody else's show or somebody else's fucking movie. And, you know, man, when you have the freedom of being a stand-up, you know, like I have the freedom of, I love to shoot a movie or a TV show for 3 weeks, you know, just to get me to love stand-up that much more. And then I do stand-up for 6 months, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta write new material. Hey, you wanna do a movie for 6 weeks? Fuck, yeah, it gives me a chance to write new fucking material. And not really give a fuck. That's the system I wanted. But with all the fucking union things and the insurance and all the differences, it's like, you know what, man? They gotta pay me to be unhappy. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it sounds like a fucking whiny thing to say, but we've discussed this 1,000 times on this podcast of being happy. That's the most important fucking thing. That I'm scared to sign on for something, and after 4 days, I want to shoot myself in the mouth.
Well, I think
That's what I'm fucking scared of, to be honest with you.
doesn't that happen to everyone when they start a new job? I mean, I think that's, and I think what the
If you call me tomorrow and go, Joey, I want you to work on something for 1 day, do me a favor and touch. If I leave at 12 minutes, like Barry did, and I can have a style and get high and go down there, yeah, I'll go down there 2 days or something, and then we say, but, you know, right, just I'm stating it, like stuff like this. I gotta be, you know, and I'm the boss. I can't read that no more. I can't read the fucking, I'm a butcher. I can't read something. I can't know what I was gonna say. After the last pretty fucking dogs, besides Barry, I had the hospital.
It's too humiliating. I can't handle it. And I shouldn't have to put up with it. Sick of changing my mind. I must try to remind you of my nation of 350 million people to be forced into doing things that are bad for me and my children because of some country like this, a violation of the most basic rights that we have with our leaders to represent us because most of the time, and there's an ongoing communication argument designed to make us crazy, designed to turn us into haters, but will never accept us. We have nothing to be ashamed of. This is wrong. And if it's not wrong, tell me how it's wrong. Stop attacking me and my 38 family members for errors that you're still doing. What are you going to say? Tell me. You disagree with me.
I went to acting class and I
Because I don't actually have an argument. There's no way to justify
I'm just talking about the show on NBC when I was a diploma for 4 episodes.
expansion.
And I got
There's
to
no way
tell
to
you,
justify
man,
it. It's
I was so
rating
big
like
about it. They were telling me to get the back market. I didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. That's the line where you stand for the camera. Like, I'm not here to lie to nobody. I know nothing.
shouldn't be shared with civilian doctors if it comes to diagnosis and treatment.
I know this calls for generalization and we get into specifics further in the conversation, but in general, the injuries that we're going to be talking about, does it seem like they are because people become in proximity to the grass, or does it seem like there are rare cases where they're actually targeted?
In most cases, it's proximity, and the chief piece of evidence that we draw upon, which is the ORSAP report titled Anomalous Acute and Subacute Ill Effects on Human and Biological Tissue. That's a bit of a mouthful. The key sentence in that is, based on historical cases, humans have been found to be injured from exposure to anomalous vehicles, especially airborne, and when in relatively close proximity. So they are really close, which makes sense with electromagnetic radiation type injuries. And it wasn't quite as coming from, it also alluded, and it also mentioned in the report, the Polaris case in 1977, where there are light beings, the sense that things are shooting at people, and that would indicate some sort of an intent. That's a very different case to the others. Again, we don't know the background, but the wounds that people have and what can include that are part of the set of effects. The wounds do appear to be intentional, like whether these virus beings that people.
Are there any cases of deaths associated with UAP proximity injuries other than Polaris? We'll get into in a brief break here in about a minute. We'll get into Polaris in some detail, but any deaths that you've been able to document?
We don't know of any. We have evidence through the various case studies of quite serious injuries, but no deaths. It's obviously a weird thing, but we've got very limited sample size, and we'll have to mention that the information about deaths will be particularly carefully controlled. But let's make certain that we're talking about injuries rather than fatalities.
Working on this paper in detail before you found that OSAP document that you're
It came out of the literature review. We didn't know that it existed. We looked to see what information was available, and it came out of the literature review, and it is the primary source for the report. But there are a number of other sources as well, and we've looked carefully across academic journals, but we've also drawn upon more anecdotal information sources such as podcasts, such as websites, and non-academic peer-reviewed journals as well. So it's a mixture.
We're going to jump into specific cases here in a moment after this break. We're talking with John Priestland about this report put out by the Unhidden Foundation for Mental Health Effects associated with exposure to UAP. And we go into the break with Donovan.
Sponsored by Jasper.
145 to 92.
One day over 111 heart attack, cardiac arrest.
Strep.
Blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you start your treatment today, restart or talk to your doctor about creating what works better for you. Start taking
They'll try to get back a little bit after.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. The free iHeart app explore podcasts like September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture editor. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahaduki, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Cole.
But I swear, we were the band of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat off them, just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
The end of the day, we have a love was supposed to be followed up by another album.
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Dig below the surface in central Mississippi, finding burden range back on you. It's called Yazoo clay. There's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything bare living. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect. Over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi's secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
And they have thought there only found 1,000, and then once they realized, okay, wait a minute, 2,000, wait a minute, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, these secrets is as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered? The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open the free iHeart app and listen now.
once in a generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with a Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
John, the first white paper produced by the Unhidden Foundation was about mental and psychological effects. What were the general findings of that paper?
Divided that paper into three groupings. First of all, sexual experiences and the impact of that of those on people. Secondly, the general anxiety that people who've never seen anything unusual may have around the topic, and the lack of a trusted narrative. And the third area, looking ahead to possible disclosure, and the fact that all of us may be affected in terms of our mental health and well-being, and some of the steps that can be taken to build resilience in society and treat groups that are much likely to be affected. If I give 2 or 3 key points,
What the fuck?
around the experience of people. The first is a lovely word, quite a hard word to pronounce. The word is pathologization. And it's a word used by Professor Thomas Rabbi who's a professor of psychology at the University of Lorraine. He means that there is double trauma, or first is they are finding empathy when they go to see a doctor, or if that doctor pushes them down a mental pathway that they're regarded as potentially psychotic or financially psychotic, then that experience is pathologized in terms of a mental diagnosis. It always happens if you see something like you see finding things every day. Somebody sees a Nazi road traffic accident, they are not regarded as mentally ill. There might be some element of PTSD or some stress like that. Generally, the reaction is much more supportive. People are seen by their friends, family. They're not regarded as made that out or that ridiculous or irreliable, but it's the pathologization of the sexual experience, which is both unnecessary and harmful, and can be dealt with by mental support. Doctors, teaching, training. What limits this if we trace the pathway back? Doctors are fundamentalized when they're treating and consulting people who've had sexual experience, because the professional bodies say if they even are not judgmental, because an imaginary experience or false memories, then that could potentially be professional malpractice. And why do the professional bodies not support the possibility of UAP encounters being real? Well, that goes back to governance and the agenda that this is all about. I made that thing. The UK government in particular is very reluctant to say anything about UAPs. We had this night takeover back in 2009, with more than 50 years no military threat being found from any UAP. Now, that's not an answer to the question. So you trace it all the way back to the need to legitimize that people do see strange things in the sky, to provide better advice.
Folks, look at this athleticism. This footwork. What does this mean?
People like Dr. Peter Corey being laughed at by his doctor, and people won't be pathologized and put into mental illness diagnoses, but all that's happened is they've seen something frightening they can't explain.
I haven't read that paper. I'm going to look at it tomorrow. But in general, we like to say, Americans anyway, hey, we can handle the truth. Tell us what the truth is. We can handle it. No problem. Not true. We don't know that kind. Different people might experience it different ways. In that paper, you have examples where people see something truly unusual and inexplicable, and they basically fall apart after.
I wouldn't say fall apart, and I give his name with his permission and his quotes on our website. A gentleman called Mario Pavlovich in Canada who saw a black triangle and then had later some anomalous experience of seeing some figures around his bed. He is quoted as saying, when you see this, your whole world falls apart. It shatters your worldview and you don't know what is real. Now, he is doing very well and doesn't fall into the category of not falling apart at all, but it gives you a sense of the profound nature of shock of when people see things that they can't explain because they go, well, what else is real? Another example is an experience in South Wales, in the UK, again, I think it's going with permission, a man called David Gibbs, who had a number of anomalous experiences, poltergeist type effects, and then saw a shimmering, glistening, glittery, diamond-shaped craft in the sky. And I talked to him and I said, well, what can I get do to help? And he said, there are two things that I really want. He said, first of all, I want to know what it was that I saw. And I said, well, I can't help you with that. And then he said, what I want is for what I say to be validated, legitimized. In other words, he wants people to take what he says seriously. And it's a strange thing with UAPs, and people insist on data. There are lots of things that people tell us that are absolutely strange or unusual. But we don't question and we don't doubt, we just listen and go, that's very interesting. So somebody came back from their holidays and they said, hey John, I saw a really rare butterfly on holiday. You wouldn't go, they don't believe you, or you've got to provide the data or replicators in the laboratory. Just go, well, that's really interesting. Tell me more. Why did this special butterfly? How did it make you feel? That sort of thing. And so one of the things that's missing is listening properly to people and legitimizing and validating. That's what they wanted. And I mean, which is, there was a big piece on podcast in Your Frame last May. It's Nathan and Dan King. This was Nathan talking about different types of disclosure. You talk about something you describe as evolved, controlled disclosure. In other words, it will never be governments that put this information out, but it will be citizens sharing their experiences and listening to other citizens. And his analogy was, imagine there's a village next door to some woods. And over time, people go into those woods and they come out and they say, there's bears in the woods. When the first person comes out, the village might not believe it, the second, the third, the fourth, they're all saying there's bears in the woods. It doesn't take an announcement by the mayor of the village. Sooner or later, people realise there's bears in the woods. Provided it happens, that they listen and they validate the experience of the people coming back. If they say, there's no such thing as bears, you're all lying, ridiculed, and you're all mentally ill, then that sort of evolved control disclosure won't work. So the key to better care and support for people is to listen and to encourage them to talk. We can talk a little bit about how to encourage better conversations in a while. But if we do that, not only do we have to know more about the nature of the phenomenon, but hey, we might actually get this evolved controlled disclosure simply through civilian power, talking and listening and sharing our experiences with our fellow humans.
Let's get into physical impacts a little bit, physiological. Can you list the range of kinds of effects that you have been able to document to one degree or another in this report?
So, as I was mentioning before the break, the principal artifact that we draw information from is this also report on acute and subacute field effects on human biological tissue. So there's a long section in the report around electromagnetic radiation field effects. We have the cause of that being thermal, non-thermal burns. There are neuromuscular and sensory effects. Symptoms include second-degree burns, headache, vertigo, palpitations, subacute sleep disturbances, and potentially radiation-induced heart disease. Now that's a sort of non-obvious effect, but it's interesting to pick that up with the John Burroughs case, the Rendlesham, that many years after that event, but when he was still relatively young, so it was an unusual thing, Burroughs reported a heart murmur of complication with his mitral valve in his heart. Interestingly, it was one of the symptoms that Jane Burroughs mentioned, Jane Balmer mentioned in his interview with Ross Coulthard at the beginning of the year. So electromagnetic radiation has a wide set of symptoms way beyond radiation, pure radiation-like effects and burns. We also cover brain injuries and the work, particularly of Dr. Gary Nolan, the neuroinflammation in the frontal cortex, and cerebellum, and the interesting work that he did looking at
So
exposed to UAPs and people who had exposure to orangutan. We also talk about seizure-like symptoms. We make the point that a number of the UAP-related health issues do have some sort of analogy in the seizure. So seizure is an epileptic type event, and there are particular types of seizures which can give rise to short-term memory loss. So if a patient went into an emergency room and said, I've got a missing time incident, the medical officer doesn't necessarily think it's related to the UAP.
it's Hash Monday.
It might think
It's always Hash Monday.
transient epileptic amnesia, or if they say, oh, I'm paralyzed, they might
Joe Rogan podcast. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. A boot. A boot.
We also talk about wounds, talk about infections, talk about autoimmune disease, which is interesting because a number of the people after the single branch report autoimmune type conditions, although we have to be very careful because the correlations are very limited, sample size is very small, autoimmune conditions are quite common. And we also touch on very gently medical implants.
Who's that guy? Who? What's his name? Positive.
And John Mack and a man called David Pritchard, but without coming to any particular conclusion. So as you see, there are
Brody.
physiological
Positive.
issues around European campus, but the primary mechanism does seem to be electromagnetic radiation in the ultra-high frequency microwave range.
You mentioned about the medicine and the similarities there. I'm not going to ask you to make a correlation or link it. What I wanted to address a little bit more is that we don't know what causes of medicine, but it seems to be some kind of technology.
What's up, Lisa? Yeah, where the fuck you been?
What's the question?
You know, with the little Mexican chick kidnapped you always.
Hell yeah.
Full of tamales.
They're good, aren't they?
Those chili cheese ones are delicious.
I didn't know what's the Christmas thing for Mexican people. So I like our friend brought you some too.
Solid bomb.
Yeah, Rodrigo brought you some too, and they're good.
They use them as presents. It's fucking tremendous.
Well, they make 80 of them. Probably like 100.
Are you serious?
Yeah, oh yeah.
How many did you eat?
Like 5, I think.
That's it?
I went there. It was Christmas Eve. We had those for dinner, and then I had like a couple the next day. But I have 4 in my house.
Yeah, nice time.
Yeah.
different culture, isn't it? They fucking really work on.
Have you ever seen End of Watch?
End of Watch.
It's a cop movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and the next movie, and they're talking about how it's just for Jewish people, family's important, but it's like the holidays. You know, at least for my family, I wasn't with them at all times. There's always someone at Paul's house. There's always a cousin or something, and it's if you like them, it's great. Like I have some cousins who I'm not huge fans of, and it's not that fun. But when it's people who you like and enjoy spending time with, it's fun.
Do the traditional Jewish dinner every year for Hanukkah.
Yeah, with brisket, latkes, and the Passover. Yeah, it was great. I love my family, but
Brisket left in your house.
fuck yeah, in the freezer. In the freezer, my mom made a bunch. Yeah,
You still got latkes
in the freezer. Yeah, fuck yeah.
What's happening, Brody Stevens?
Great to be. Oh,
Steven Brody Stevens.
you got it.
818 representing this month.
Till I die. Hey, Rabbi, have you ever had an 818 number? Fuck yeah, baby.
We didn't come up about syndrome in our report, and I don't have the knowledge to comment. I didn't expect them to nail you down on that one. I was just seeing where you would go. Falcon Lake is one of the cases. We're going to go to a break in a few minutes, but Falcon Lake is one of the big, famous cases. And anyone who's seen the photo of this guy who was affected by this will never forget it. It's like a big chessboard burned into his skin. Very much looks like he walked in back, but exhausted from some kind of into grade or something. What can you tell us about that? We're going to go to a break in about a minute.
Yeah. So the Falcon Lake incident from 1967, definitely Michelak is the gentleman concerned. He was out inspecting reports. He came into contact with a craft that had a number of health consequences for him. This was a hot 13 craft. He developed what we say as twin-like pattern burns, chest and abdomen. He had nausea, he had headache, he had diarrhea, he had blood counts and weight loss over the subsequent weeks. There are
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented, folks.
Where'd you want to let Beirut? I've done some in Serbia. I had a photo shoot with ISIS on Friday. They're in town accepting portfolios.
It's kind of fucked up. There's a lot of people going to ISIS, like Canadians and British people.
Good luck when you get their fucking head chopped off. Fucking don't come crying to me. Don't let me see your fucking pathetic marriage crying. We knew he was weird. He always liked hummus. Fuck you. That's what you get.
I mean, why would you go over there? I mean, I understand that there's health workers and aid workers, but it's just always the guys are getting the head chopped off. They're very, open-minded, which is great, but it's kind of what maybe got
The head
into
chopped
trouble.
off. See?
Yeah.
If they would just been stupid and mind their fucking business, they still would have had a head. But now they're walking around with no fucking head. The parents are crying because they got to be fucking,
They're not walking.
or whatever the fuck they're doing. Well, maybe they are. Maybe they're extras. Walking lit.
Like the zombie stuff.
Yeah, like zombie stuff. Maybe they're just still living.
People are desensitized. I hate to get. I saw Walking Dead, and it's over the top, I guess, right? Is that the fun about it? It's over the story.
I don't watch that shit. That shit scares the fuck out of me.
Me too. Oh, it's
Shit scares the fuck. I don't want to see that craziness. When I was a kid, listen, first off, when I was about 13, I think they had a window pane acid, not a window pane on my TV, but like blood acid. And me and like 8 gorillas went down and my dawn was dead.
What's code word for gorilla? Something?
It's not just, people.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what kind of podcast
It's not
this is.
usual people. My friends were not the usual projectile and sandals and went to the Starbucks with and talked about, oh my God, the interview was such a great movie. Those were not my friends.
Was it a good film? Did you?
I don't know. No,
It was pretty bad. It wasn't as bad as that.
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Joey.
That was the whole thing. So these were people, you went and you saw fucking, there was one scene where black guy goes under the helicopter chops his head off and he's still alive. You giggle for an hour and that's it. And you go home and you have nightmares for a week. You never got to see, I forget the guy's name that used to do those. Dawn of the Dead. He did all those movies when I was growing up. It was kind of weird and I liked them. But I don't know. A TV show every fucking week. These elbows walking around. People shooting and stuff.
I don't. That stuff is so. It's just so much content on TV. You have to keep up. You have to binge watch. And you have to talk about it. But there's just so much content. I don't know how you. I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you would go to the video store and there's DVDs everywhere in your face. Just it's too much almost, and I'm pulled away. I've become a hermit.
You have Netflix and Roku.
Yeah, I have Netflix. It's great.
Cool.
It is. Let's be honest. You can get locked in, but I've been bad recently, not watching films, not reading books, and trying to actually appreciate things. It's like I go on the internet, but it's like Yahoo, Drudge, UK Mail, Yahoo, UK Mail. Even barely. I'm just like wasting time. And I feel like I need to take action. And part of that is seeing a movie. I saw Nightcrawler.
How was that?
Which is I loved it.
It looks great.
Yeah, it's really good.
But the thing is, say what you want about the interview, it'll be interesting to see how much money it makes.
It made a ton of money already. They yanked the public again. They got Cosby again. Cosby, that's what it's called, getting Cosby. You get lullaby. You get put in a sleeping pill.
Yeah.
Whether it's the iPhone standing online or whether it's something, you get swami.
Yeah.
And now they're getting more obvious. I mean, we're talking to a nation that believed that Osama bin Laden existed and is dead, and that they shot him and threw him off a fucking ship.
What did he say?
Listen, these are American people. We fucking show people our fish. When we go fishing, we catch a fish. We show people our fish. We come from a society. And when we kill a bear, we take pictures of that bear and send them home.
They do.
So you're not going to send a picture of an Arab that blew up the World Trade Center?
But yeah,
I don't know. I don't think they wanted to cause problems.
No,
Let's just do it and get it over.
Get the fuck out of here. I never saw that guy. Walking around. I never saw him in the States on a plane. Fidel, I saw. They did a documentary. This guy, I never saw this fucking guy. This guy could have been made up.
I hear
As
he's
far as we know, this guy could have been made the fuck up. This could have been a whole made up fucking thing with some picture of some little Arab guy walking around. He's still alive. And now people come up to him going, "You look like Osama bin Laden." He's like, "No, that wasn't me." They took pictures of that fucking guy. We shoot a goldfish. We take a picture of it. If we go hunting and we shoot a lion, we take a picture of it. This guy was the world's biggest lion. You didn't take a picture of it? Really? Come on, save that for somebody else. Save that for that. Oh, yeah, because I have it.
So you think he's around somewhere?
I don't think he's around. I just think that I don't even know if he ever fucking existed.
What?
I don't even know if he ever existed.
He was a hologram?
Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. Think about it. We don't fucking
I
know.
mean, they have videos of him for a while ago, but
Videos.
yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe he's been dead for a while. He did have kidney problems.
Yeah, I think he's an Uber driver out in Glendale.
Maybe.
Been waiting to get that bit in for about
Yeah,
90 seconds. You saw me trying to fight to get that.
I mean, it's just, I don't believe it until I see it. I'm from Missouri. I'm from the motherfucking show me state.
You are? I thought you were from.
I'm from Jersey. I'm from Missouri.
What's Missouri?
I'm an American. So that means I'm
So am
from
I.
Missouri. We're all from every state. You're an American.
So why did you from Missouri?
No, because it's the show me motherfucking state.
Got it.
They could just show me. I'm an American. Show me.
Me too.
Show me a picture of Osama bin Laden with his eyeball blown out. Let me ask you this: when Mexicans were killing fucking people, weren't they putting them cutting their heads off on YouTube?
Yeah.
Listen, we should have seen a picture.
I don't think they did because they didn't want to inflame any. They didn't want to inflame the Muslim community or the terrorists.
So let's inflame Americans and show these fucking slipper wearing motherfuckers. I don't think pulling our heads back and slicing our heads back. What hurts an American more? Seeing these guys that are in suits on television, getting humiliated with their parents, begging for their lives. What would piss Americans off more? showing an American getting his head cut off, or showing a picture of Osama bin Laden fucking dying.
Well, that would fire people up. It would get excited.
Sure.
You know what? When you think about it, they showed a video of, whatever his name. Who was the old guy in Iraq? What's his name?
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, they showed Hussein, and then they showed that Gaddafi got getting stabbed in the asshole.
Come on, guys.
But that was viral on YouTube.
Yeah, but still, it went viral. Nothing else goes viral with Osama bin Laden. What my point
All
is,
right. So he could be
we're
around.
becoming Cosby. And we're getting Cosby by everything. We're getting Cosby by
What does that mean exactly?
getting put to sleep and fucked in the ass.
Whoa!
We're getting lullabied and put to sleep and fucked in the ass.
By
Society.
I agree.
Who knows? Who knows
Okay.
what it is? So, so now you're putting body armor on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. Didn't we see the film of the black guy putting his hand up saying, "I can't breathe"?
yeah.
So what do we need a camera for? We already got the proof that they choked him and they killed him.
Right.
And he still got let loose.
What do you mean he got let loose?
They got innocent. They were innocent. They were broken out.
They didn't even get to that part. They said they weren't going to charge him.
They weren't going
What
to
do you
charge
think
him.
what the cops are doing in New York? Like, turning their back on the mayor.
Well, I don't know what the Blasio did. I don't think
I do. All I do is read the news.
So why
I'm talking about like how I'm not going to movies or reading books. I'm addicted to the news.
Right, but you're paying attention to the most important thing that you should be paying attention to.
News and comedy.
Because if I'm about the interview, when you're paying attention to comedy, what's important to you, the news. When I wake up in the morning at 6 and I turn on the news and they're talking about a family got shot to death in Glendale, that's got nothing to do with me. I feel bad for the families. That's not what I want to wake up to at 6 fucking morning. I don't want to wake up to the first 3 stories of a car accident with 6 kids in the car, 3 kids who got drunk, and a mom and a grandfather got shot. 2 Mexicans got shot in Harville. Somewhere or something. It could be black people. I don't want to hear about
Could you send me the link?
So what?
All those great stories.
So what we're trying to do is you want to hear news that works for you. I want to hear, so I put CNN on and they tell me all this shit again that I don't want to hear. So all the news outlets are telling me I want to hear 10% of the 100% bullshit they're telling me.
Well, you didn't go on the internet for that. You're gonna get the real deal. I mean, less, not as uncensored, but you know what I'm saying. Like the regular news, it's kind of. I'm not saying it's down the middle. It's not down the middle. You have Fox, and then I guess you have everybody else. But you go on the internet and you get to read the comments.
Well, the beautiful thing about the internet, and it's